Good evening, everyone. I would like to call this regular meeting of February 15th, 2024 to order. I'd like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us tonight, and we are live streaming our meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion regarding tonight's meeting agenda?
I move to amend today's agenda to add an agenda item titled 8.02 Legislative Discussion under the category 8.0 Action. I'd like us to use this time for discussion and a possible vote to formalize our position on pending legislation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection? It has been moved and seconded to amend the agenda to add item 8.02, legislative discussion under the category 8.0 action. Roll call, please. Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to approve the February 15th agenda as amended?
I motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? Objections? Nope. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
The amended agenda is approved. That's a good one. Okay. Every month, the Board of Education has the pleasure of recognizing students, staff, community members, and schools for their achievements and contributions to our community. Additionally, the board publicly recognizes special events and significant issues by issuing proclamations. In the month of February, we are commemorating National PTA Founders Day, School Bus Driver Appreciation Day, National School Resource Officer Day, National Public Schools Week, National School Counseling Week, Career and Technical Education Month, and Black History Month. We encourage you to read the Jeffco School Board's proclamations, which can be found as part of the consent agenda in board docs. Now we will move into honors and recognitions. And for our first recognition of the evening, I will hand it over to Director Applegate.
Thank you, President Parker. I am so excited for this one. This really is one of my favorite parts of the evening. Our first recognition this evening, the Board of Education is pleased to honor and recognize Welchester Elementary for being awarded the Colorado Bright Spot Award in 2023. We invite the Welchester Elementary team, including Principal Janine Tarpley, to the front of the room to receive this Jeffco Thrives Award. Governor Jared Polis created the Bright Spot Award to honor schools that have excelled academically. In addition to being recognized, the selected schools receive $50,000 of Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund to go towards investments such as expanding student resources, faculty development, and other opportunities that benefit students' learning experiences. Welchester Elementary School is a high-achieving neighborhood PK through 5 school. Authentic collaboration and caring relationships create the conditions for all students to achieve. There is a strong commitment to students, staff development, collaboration, and learning. School-wide literacy, mathematics, and social-emotional programs are designed to meet the needs of all students, whether they are advanced or those who require additional scaffolds to access the curriculum. Students are recognized for their positive contributions to the school community through leadership, positive behavior supports, and social-emotional learning. On January 29th, Governor Polis from Colorado visited Welchester Elementary to honor the school staff for their ongoing work since receiving the Bright Spot Award. Since being awarded Governor Polis's Bright Spot Award, Welchester continues to prioritize maximizing supports for the whole child. In 2018, Welchester was recognized as a national model PLC school. PLCs continue to be the focus and have had a positive impact on student growth scores. The staff at Welchester continues to sustain a strong culture of collaboration through the PLC work. I am personally so proud of the leadership at Welchester and all of the staff. You guys do such an incredible job, and we are so happy to have you as part of our system. Please join us in recognizing our Welchester Elementary team. We honor you for creating the extraordinary experiences students need and deserve today and helping our district achieve its mission in preparing all Jeffco students for a bright and successful future as local and global citizens. And for our next recognition, I will hand it over to President Parker.
Thank you. For the next celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to celebrate the efforts of Matthew Ardoin, Jeffco Transition Services student. Matthew, along with his JTS teacher, Ms. Lindsay Chartier. Now, I said it with a French accent because I have a degree in French, so I don't know, Lindsay, how you pronounce it, but you're French for tonight. Will you two please join us at the front of the room to receive the Our Learners, Our Future recognition. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, well, he can see the replay of what we have to say about him. Jeffco Transition Services are available to young adults who have completed their high school education, yet demonstrate a continued need for instruction and support in the areas of career exploration, employment, educational training, and adult independent living. Internships are all about real-world experiences for our students and getting to that next step. They support our young adults with unique needs to get them ready for adult life. Matthew's been a student with JTS for 2 years. Starting this school year, Matthew began an internship at Blue Star Recycling. Excelling at his internship, Matthew proudly applied for and accepted an offer of employment at Blue Star Recycling and now works at the facility 4 days a week. Let's give a round of applause to Matthew for achieving his dreams. We are so proud of his accomplishment. And for our next recognition of the evening, I will hand it over to Director Reed.
All right. For the next celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to acknowledge the contributions provided to Jeffco students and families by Betsy Puck and her Family Engagement Liaisons, FELs. Will the following FELs please make your way to the front of the room to receive the Our People, Our Strength recognition? Betsy Puck, Family Engagement Program Leader. Justin Bannum, Principal at North Arvada Middle School. Susan Kimes-Demboski, Family Engagement Liaison Coordinator. Rhonda Hatch Rivera, Director of Federal Programs. Orlin Gonzalez Monzon, Family Engagement Liaison. Sarah Roberts, Family Engagement Liaison. On January 26th, North Arvada Middle School held the Family Learning Kickoff. It was a successful event that strengthened the bridge from elementary to middle school. With 29 families in attendance from the Arvada Articulation feeder schools, it is clear that families valued the opportunity to learn how to navigate tools they will need as their child enters middle school. The Family Learning Kickoff coincided with the 5th grade student orientation and provided a valuable opportunity for families to connect with other soon-to-be middle school families and the staff at North Arvada Middle School. The FEL team worked hard to promote the event through extensive outreach and efforts to personally invite families to the event and ensure they felt welcome as they prepared for the next step in their child's educational journey. Please join us in celebrating our FEL team for hosting extraordinary events that promote inclusivity and a culture of belonging. Thank you for removing barriers to extraordinary student experiences in Jeffco Public School. And with our next presentation, Director Kenworthy.
Thank you. For our next celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to acknowledge the contributions and partnership of the Denver Broncos Foundation in supporting Jeffco athletic programs. I invite our partners from the foundation, including Bobby Mestis, Director of Youth and High School Football Development, to join us at the front of the room. The Denver Broncos Foundation is committed to making a positive impact on future generations by creating a game plan for life. Through youth health and wellness initiatives, dynamic in and out of school programming, and access to career pathways. In 2023, the Denver Broncos Foundation completed its largest year of contributions in foundation history. Through Jeffco's partnership with the Broncos Foundation, our high school athletic programs receive grant funding support for things like equipment, uniforms, helmets, and programmatic support. Please join us in watching a highlight of our Jeffco girls flag football team, funded by a generous Broncos Foundation grant to provide programmatic support via in-season flag football jamborees and travel to flag football tournaments. Drew, please cue the video.
This is our second annual Girls High School Flag Football State Championship hosted here at Ventura Health Training Center. We have 16 teams out today to compete, all single elimination, including 4 of our regional champs. We have schools from all over the Denver metro area, so it'll be a lot of fun. Last year we had 22 schools make up about 28 teams. This year we're about 51 schools making up 72 teams. So a lot more kids are playing. Just a ton of energy brought by, not just by the coaches and players. Great school spirit. Fans have been tremendous. So it's a very exciting atmosphere out here today.
It's an incredible showcase. Just the amount of enthusiasm, the excitement, the numbers, and we've seen it at all our jamborees all year. The jamboree structure really creates a fun atmosphere, but when you get it in such an amazing facility and so well run, it's pretty awesome. And this year, just the high level of coaching, the girls, the audible, the stemming on defense, like some of these things, it's been incredible to watch.
Yeah! That looked like so much fun. I wish I could play. One of the goals in Jeffco Thrives 2025 is that all Jeffco students have extraordinary student experiences that recognize their strengths, challenge them to improve, and support them to succeed. Extracurricular athletics and activities are critical components of the extraordinary student experience in Jeffco. Please join us in celebrating Bobby Mestis and the Denver Broncos Foundation for maximizing a great partnership that is fostering health and wellness throughout our Jeffco community.
Okay, for the final celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to acknowledge the contributions and partnership of the Arvada Chamber. I invite Kylie Parks and any of her Arvada Chamber colleagues up. Kylie is the Director of Talent Pipeline Development to join us at the front of the room. The Arvada Chamber is a nonprofit composed of businesses, organizations, and local leaders working together to solve challenges, foster meaningful connections, and develop the next generation of talent and leadership. The Arvada Chamber's mission is strong yet simple: healthy businesses, thriving community. The Arvada Chamber champions driving action on conversations, resources, and large-scale initiatives that businesses can't tackle on their own, and is central to the long-term success of our community as a whole. Several chamber initiatives strengthen opportunities for Jeffco students, and the Career Pathways program in the Arvada articulation area, including the National Civics B and work-based learning programs. And I'm going to add one. Also, the Jeffco Schools Career Hubs are examples of that. The National Civics Bee takes place annually in Arvada, where participating middle school students will flex their civics knowledge. In the words of Cami Welsh, Chamber President, the National Civics Bee is a unique opportunity for us to develop an active pipeline of civic engagement in Arvada and strengthen the way we all live, work, and learn together in the future. The Career Hubs have launched in 4 Jeffco high schools over the past year through GROW, which is Get Ready for Opportunities to Work Jeffco. And these are efforts developed in collaboration with Jeffco Public Schools and the Arvada Chamber. The Career Hubs were designed to accomplish a system solution and equitable engagement of partners across the education to employment pipeline. And the Chamber's goal is to implement 20 of these Career Hubs across Jeffco to reach 30,000 students and 2,500 employees year over year. The last thing I wanted to add, also a little impromptu, but I'm on the Arvada Chamber Talent CAPS Committee as an Arvada business owner. I have 2 businesses, and on that committee we have several Jeffco partners, as well as community colleges, all the different partners from across the Jeffco area that are working on that career pathway program for kids and young people and all residents alike. So it's amazing to watch our Jeffco partners, Jeffco school partners, be a part of that program. And the Chamber's way of bringing everyone together has just been really remarkable, just to be a part of that, both as a school board director and also business owner. So please join us in celebrating the Arvada Chamber for championing programs and initiatives that build community and create opportunities for Jeffco students and families. The Chamber's support of strong career technical pathway partnerships provide Jeffco learners with relevant real-world experience that prepares them for success in the workforce.
A sincere thank you to all our recognition honorees this month. It is our pleasure to honor you for your commitment to our community. For those of you in attendance and our listening public, I would like to call out a new category now that we have added to our regular board meeting agenda called Action Proclamations. Previously, our proclamations were approved and voted on as part of our consent agenda. Going forward, we will vote to approve our proclamations as action items directly following honors and recognition as they are appropriately placed. Items 5.01 through 5.07 are presented in board docs as proposed action items. And these are the resolutions that I mentioned earlier. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the action items?
I move to approve items 5.01 through 5.07 on the action proclamation section as published in board docs.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the proclamations as presented in board docs. Roll call. Ms. Zavada?
Ms. Applegate,
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Okay, now we will turn to public comment. This is an opportunity for the community to share their thoughts with the board. The board will now listen to public comment on any topic for up to 1 hour. If more time is required, we will have a second public comment at the end of the meeting. There is a 3-minute time limit per individual speaker, and if there are 4 or more people who sign up to address the board, they will have 10 minutes for that group's view to be presented. Each speaker has been given a number when you came in tonight, and the board invites you to come up in order. When the person before you completes their comments, you may step up to the podium. We will listen with respect and ask those who address the board to do the same. So will whoever has number 1, please come on up, introduce yourself, and we'd love to hear from you.
Good evening. My name is Angie Kennard-Lynn, and I live in Lakewood. And before I get started, I wanted to just mention this is my first school board meeting. And I wanted to give a little shout out because I was very impressed coming in. And I really appreciated the welcome that I received from your security and your receptionist downstairs, Michaela. And I just wanted to say, you know, in this day and age, you don't often get such a warm welcome, and I really appreciated that. So I just wanted to say thank you to your staff and your security, and it's just kind of nice to be able to receive that. So shout out to them. As I said, my name is Angie Kennard-Lynn, and I live in Lakewood. And we're very grateful for this opportunity to address the Jefferson County School Board. I'm part of the Glennon Heights Homeowners Association. And as you well know, the Glennon Heights homes surround the now closed Glennon Heights Elementary School. It's our understanding that the board has not made any decisions with regard to the future of that school. And from the board's website, we also understand that you intend to involve community input and conduct a transparent process. And we appreciate that approach very much, and we hope to take you at your word at that. I, along with a number of Glennon Heights residents, as you can imagine, are concerned about what happens to that school and the property. And we're here to communicate to you that we would very much like to be involved in the process and early in the decision-making process. We're very interested in what happens to that school, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Our group of concerned residents has taken it upon ourselves to get input from our own community by conducting a survey to find out what they want. And it comes as no surprise that overwhelmingly residents would like to see that the school and the property stay within the control and ownership of the school board, and that the property remain a similar or compatible use similar to its recent incarnation. Residents feel very strongly about maintaining the character of the neighborhood and the current zoning designation, which allows some latitude, actually quite a bit of latitude. I think we can agree that by working together, we can provide a lot of help and valuable input to have full consideration from Glennon Heights residents and homeowners. Our past experience with the school board is in contrast to this, and we don't want to repeat that. When the announcement of possible school closures was brought to the attention of Jefferson County residents, we were led to believe that we would have a lot of input in what happened as far as what schools were closed. And by the time we had the neighborhood input meetings, it was pretty clear as to the decisions that had been made, and that was before the official announcements were made. So by the time the neighborhood meetings were held. Those were a little more than really grief counseling sessions, unfortunately. And the facilitators that conducted those meetings really did more harm than good. Also, recently, we've been given pause by a report that Jefferson County School Board COO Jeff Gatlin proposed a municipal interest process whereby
Ms. Kennard, I'm really sorry, but the 3 minutes is up for you.
I represent a group. I signed up as a group.
Okay, the timers just saw you, so you want to bring your group up and then you can continue?
They can stand up.
Yeah, they can come up and support you. Yeah, just come on up and
Okay.
support. Here you go.
Thank
Fine,
you so
sure.
much. I appreciate that consideration. We didn't know about that. As I said, it's my first meeting. They're happy to be behind me. And I only have a little bit more. Thank you. As I said, recently we've been given pause by a report that the district's COO, Jeff Gatlin, proposed a municipal interest process whereby schools could be sold at a discount to the city of Lakewood without community input. And as you can imagine, this is really alarming. We hope that you'll respond to this and quickly and in the negative to this proposal. With all that said, the bottom line is we want to work with you collaboratively in this process. We think we have a lot to offer in terms of our input, and we very much appreciate you listening to our concerns and our thoughts tonight. And we thank you for the time to address you, and we thank you for your service and your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 2. Looks like we have another group. You can introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Nikki Wilson, and we're from Arvada. We're going to discuss outsourcing. Thank you. Good evening, board members, families, and guests, everyone joining online. Today, we unite to address a pressing concern: the outsourcing of student transportation to rideshare companies. This outsourcing undermines our collective commitment to student safety and equitable access to education. As representatives of the community, we remind you of the pledge that you made to end outsourcing and prioritize district-operated transportation services. Outsourcing student transportation to rideshare companies poses a grave risk to student safety and well-being. The recent report in the public interest underscores the detrimental effects of this practice on students, district finances, and employee welfare. We witness a loss of control over essential school services, such as bus routes and meal menus, leading to diminished public oversight and decision-making authority. Furthermore, for-profit companies prioritize profits over service quality, resulting in lower quality transportation for our students. As a parent, I am extremely concerned for what outsourcing means for the safety of our children. My daughters fit in the very vulnerable population that is driven by these rideshare companies that the district is hiring. The safety of our kids needs to be our top priority. When they outsource drivers, do we know who is driving our children? Do they know how to communicate with my daughters? Will they take the time to get to know them? Will my daughter know the driver? Will she know who to expect? This is so difficult to communicate with that demographic of kids. Our Jeffco bus drivers provide consistency. They know my daughters. They care enough to engage, relate, and communicate. Consistency means safety. We need to do everything in our power to keep our bus drivers thriving in Jeffco, not putting more money into outsourcing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trevor Byrne. I'm the president of JCTA, Transportation. Tonight we challenge the exorbitant spending on outsourcing. We are concerned that you are proposing to add an additional $2.1 million to this. This is on top of what has already been spent. On the district's financial transparency site, we see a total of $5.7 million going to outsourcing for transportation. If you guys approve this tonight, that would be a total of $7.8 million, which would be over 50% of transportation's budget for wages. Quite frankly, this feels like a slap in the face to transportation. We're in the process of asking for a reclassification of our jobs because we feel that we're underpaid, and the market analysis is showing that to be true. And essentially what you're doing is giving Hop, Skip, Drive and the other outsourcing companies a raise while basically telling us no. This morning we had a meeting discussing the severe shortage of drivers across multiple departments in Jeffco. And this is a main concern of Jeffco. We agree with you guys on that. We urge the board to consider an alternative allocations for these funds, given the pressing needs within our district. The existing expenditures on the Jeffco website underscore the urgency of reevaluating our financial priorities. I hope you guys vote no on this tonight and find a better way to use those funds. I appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Darcy Hassler, and I would like to further talk about the lack of the cost savings associated with outsourcing. It's been evident in numerous examples nationwide and is also, again, referenced in this report. We see the same things going on here in Jeffco. The millions of dollars that Trevor has talked about spent on outsourcing benefit less than 2% of the bus ridership. These instances demonstrate substantial cost overruns, again, the need to come to the board for more money, and escalating expenses post-privatization, which are, we see, a pattern of school ESP privatization, ESP, of course, being education support professionals. Additionally, we raise concerns about the arbitration process that is employed by these rideshare companies. For instance, Hop, Skip, Drive deprives users and drivers of a fair dispute resolution mechanism and keeps many of the complaints that we know of private within that process. We're deeply concerned that an entity providing a public service using public tax dollars is using a private arbitration process, again, keeping these matters hidden.
Hello, my name is Xander Kashub. I'm the president of JUSPA. I'll turn that on. Sorry, I turned it off. So the recent revelations of district administrators partnering with Hop, Skip, Drive to produce unauthorized promotional material using district resources is deeply troubling. These actions not only undermine the integrity of the district, they also raise serious concerns about the accountability and oversight of administrative decisions. Furthermore, we can't ignore the disparities in treatment between ESPs and administrators within our district. If I called up US Foods, I'm a kitchen worker here, if I called up US Foods and agreed to do a commercial in my kitchen without approval of the district, I'd be escorted out of my building and terminated. Yet it appears that certain administrators are granted immunity from similar actions, despite the blatant disregard for district policy. We've made a collective commitment here as public employees to prioritize student safety, their well-being, and also to fiscal responsibility. It's crucial that the board take decisive action to address these issues by discontinuing outsourcing of student transportation to rideshare companies like Hop, Skip, Drive. Tonight, we eagerly anticipate the plans and solutions that will be presented to refocus student transportation services within our district and to bring students back into the care of our district. However, we firmly call upon the board to terminate the contract with Hop Skip Drive and ensure that all future partnerships align with the best interests of our students and community, prioritizing their safety above all else. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Number 3. Hi, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Darlon Chang, an Arvada resident, and I'm here to talk about climate action. I'm a concerned parent of a daughter at Ralston Valley High School. I'm concerned because from what my daughter has experienced, the Jeffco School District is far behind Jefferson County, the city of Arvada, and even the all-electric net zero neighborhood where my daughter grew up, taking care of 5 goats and a community garden complete with a compost bin. Jefferson County published a climate action plan last year, and I do not see anything on the Jeffco School District website about alignment with the county climate action plan. The city of Arvada hired a full-time senior sustainability coordinator last year, yet I do not see a senior sustainability coordinator on staff for the Jeffco School Board. I was appointed to the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee 2 years ago before senior sustainability coordinator Nalini Margaitis was hired. And to me, the difference was night and day for the committee before and after Nalini was hired. In 1 year, I believe that Nalini has saved the city far more money than she has been paid, and she's currently overseeing consultant work on a climate action plan for Arvada. My family lives in the Geos neighborhood in Arvada, near the Colorado Tap House next to the Ralston Creek Trail. In addition to having 28 homes that are free from gas and use about a quarter of the energy that a typical American home uses for heating and cooling, Geos residents have been very active in engaging the Arvada City Council on stopping an Amazon warehouse from being built across Indiana Street and getting city council members elected for their position on climate action. I regret that I may be the first Geos resident to give a public comment to the school board, and that not much has been said about climate action at Jeffco school board meetings, as Director Paula Reed indicated in a Zoom meeting with my daughter a couple of days into 2024. My New Year's resolution is to give public comments here regularly, as I do at Arvada City Council meetings, and encourage others to do the same. Jeffco school board members, I invite you to visit my neighborhood and see how affordable weatherization, all-electric heat pumps, hot water heaters, stovetops, and energy recovery ventilators could save the school district more than half of its annual utility costs, as it has for Geos residents, while also reducing the spread of viruses and increasing attention spans with sufficient ventilation to keep indoor air quality high. My neighbors and I give tours about once a month, and we are planning the next tour for Saturday, March 2nd from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. I've also asked the Jeffco students and parents for climate action to attend the tour, and I hope that the tour will change your perspective on making climate action a high priority, as it is for the city of Arvada and Jefferson County. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Smith. I'm a Jeffco preschool teacher of 27 years, where we teach our littlest learners to make their first good choices. When I was new to JESPA and fighting preschool to have representation during the pandemic, healthy food was very super important to me. I was excited to get involved in making sure our students had access to healthy school meals, and that is why we are here this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicolas Marquez. I'm a community organizer with Hunger Free Colorado. I'm here today in solidarity with my colleagues behind me. Alongside these partners, HFC and myself helped lead grassroots efforts that passed Healthy School Meals for All. HSMA a couple years ago. We're now in the process of implementing that very program, which we have organized many community listening sessions where a lot of conversations have been held. These efforts have been statewide, and many have taken place here in Jeffco. Through these conversations, and as you're probably aware, there's a great emphasis on wanting to better the quality of the school meals and ensure that they are minimally processed as possible and nutrient dense. I ask that you consider what I and my colleagues share with you today, and that you lift up workers like Andrea Cisneros as a beacon of change for which your constituents have expressed that they want, and not to fall into the easy road or the easy trap of doing things. Your constituents want this, and I hope that you seriously consider it. Again, this is a statewide effort, and HSMA, being the reality that it is today, provides the perfect platform for us to come together. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Memory Wollenweber. I am a retired teacher in Jefferson County. I taught 34 years in elementary school. I am a proud graduate of Arvada West, as is my son. I represent my church, Coloradans for the Common Good. We are delegates to that organization. My church is Community of Grace in Arvada. I personally want to thank each of you and tell you how much I appreciate your hard work and your relationship with JESPA and with Coloradans for the Common Good. As a teacher, I experienced the deterioration from made-from-scratch food to preservative-ridden, cellophane-wrapped food, and the deterioration of cafeteria managers' work, of cooking and managing staff, reduced to very little staff, and the tedious collection of money for the a la carte items on the snack carts. Lunch lines backed up year after year. Precious eating time and precious grading time was sacrificed every single day. As a mom, my son's account was spent down on snacks without my permission or without my knowledge. This does not honor a parent's intent or pocketbook or healthy choices for a young child. This practice also ingrains the haves and the have-nots in the attitudes of children. These snacks contribute to our nation's epidemic of obesity and diabetes. Profits from the sale of unhealthy food do not belong in our county's pockets. Our values are better than that. On September 6, 2021, CCG met with Superintendent Dorland to express these concerns, as well as concerns regarding performance pay practices established by Beth Wallace, tying cafeteria sales to workers' wages. In October 21 and 23, CCG held community gatherings where board members here agreed to work to eliminate these practices. Penalizing outstanding cafeteria managers over snack carts is not what we stand for. I thank you for your hearts for our students and your dedication to the county that we all love. I implore you to please honor your commitments to our students and eliminate these unhealthy practices, because we are truly better together. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. My name is Andrea Cisneros. I have proudly served as a lunch lady within our school district for the past 23 years. Today I stand before you not only as a dedicated school food service worker, but also as an advocate for healthy school meals for all. I am a leader in Coloradans for the Common Good. I serve on the board of the Jeffco Food Policy Council, and I am active with Hunger Free Colorado. and I am a proud member of JESPA, and I am your Colorado Education Association ESP of the Year. Before the pandemic, students and parents and staff were organizing to improve our school meals. A colleague used to ask me not to sell the cookies and all the other a la carte items. I'm sorry if I'm going really fast, but I don't want to run out of time. They even organized visits from Beth Wallace and the former superintendent, Jason Glass, to our school to advocate for the healthier meals. I was proud of my students, and I wanted to show that I was listening to them, even though the district didn't feel they needed to be heard. I didn't fully understand until the pandemic hit. I witnessed firsthand how valuable our lives and our health and how quickly they can be taken away. It is, and it was then, that I realized I was doing a disservice to my students by selling them unhealthy snacks. So I stopped selling ice cream and cookies, and instead I offered them extra meals. I offered them extra a la carte items, and they even bought broccoli. Teach them and they will learn. I couldn't ignore my students any longer. There's a quote that Jeffco Food Policy Council shared with me. Life in a community can never be about merely getting a job done. As important as that is, it must also take into account how we get the job done and how it transforms us or deforms us in the process. My work has transformed me, and it's affected me to the point where I'm standing here talking to you all, and this is not my normal place. I'm usually in the audience. While we have successfully implemented free healthy meals for all students, challenges persist. Limited time for students to eat, insufficient staff, continued sales of unhealthy a la carte items have significant impacts on our school community. Despite efforts to introduce healthier options, we still sell them cookies and ice cream, which undermines the goal for promoting nutritious choices. And when a student is rushed through the meals due to the limited lines in the presence of that a la carte, it holds up our lines, it doesn't help our short-staffed kitchens, and our students will often choose an unhealthy choice over a healthy choice if time is running out. I have been directed to start selling this junk food again, and I have witnessed firsthand the effects of ultra-processed food on the health of our students, on the flow of our cafeteria lines, on my coworkers, my paras, and on the food waste, and on the time the students have to eat. They have to choke down their food. That's not good. Selling these items affect our students' health. It impacts everyone, from the paras to the teachers, who feel disheartened and are concerned because our mission is to promote wellness and healthiness. We're not doing that. As a lunch lady over 2 decades, I have recently witnessed the transformational power of listening to our students and hearing them and meeting their needs. I refuse to turn a blind eye to the well-being of my students, and I refuse to accept the status quo. It comes from their health. So I implore you, please, members of the board, to join this journey of transformation. Let us take a bold action and ensure that our school meals meet the program of healthy future for our students' sustainability. Thank you.
All right, I'll be quick. Andrea's unwavering commitment to refuse the sale of junk food in our schools is not just an act of individual bravery, it's a statement against the commodification of our children's health. She embodies the very essence of moral fortitude, standing firm against profit-driven decisions that prioritize financial gain over the welfare of our students. Let's not forget the promises made by a majority of this board in 2021 and 2023 to end junk food sales in Jeffco. We will not stand idly by as our rights as union members are threatened. We will not remain silent while our principled stance is met with punishment rather than praise. It is time to show true leadership, to honor our promises, and to stand with us in defense of our students' health. I implore you to reconsider your approach, to recognize Andrea's defiance as an act of courage, and to join us in the fight for a healthier future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5, Please tell us your name and tell us what you want to say.
A fact to follow. Good evening, Superintendent Dorland and board members. I'll start by saying I'm truly grateful for your service. My name is Susie Lucan. I'm from Golden, and I've been a parent in Jeffco schools for over 15 years. And I'm here because I believe that taking climate action now can create a healthier and more stable future for today's students. There are many opportunities to reduce the environmental footprint of Jeffco schools, to build resilience to climate impacts, and support learning on climate solutions and sustainability. And I believe these opportunities align with Jeffco Thrives 2025. With Jeffco Thrives value of focusing on students, the whole student includes their anxiety around the climate and persistent worries about their futures, which have been shown to impact students' daily functioning. We're handing students a real problem that has perhaps already affected their health and will continue to affect every aspect of their lives. If we don't educate them and give them tools to understand the dangers of climate change and how to combat it, we're not equipping them well. With the priority of our people, our strength, and the value of excellence, students need to feel they can affect the outcomes of their futures by following practices that enable them to be stewards of our resources, such as with composting or recycling. And teachers and staff need to know there won't be backlash for speaking up about environmental-related issues, and that Jeffco Schools culture supports sustainability practices. With our community, our legacy, and the value of equity, schools have the opportunity to be centers of resilience for their communities, in particular for lower income areas that may be disproportionately impacted in the face of climate change. Is it equitable that only some schools have environmental learning programs or school gardens or composting or shade structures while others don't? And then our operations, our foundation, with the value of integrity. Is Jeffco Schools aligning with county and state climate action goals to reduce overall greenhouse gas emissions by 73% by 2035 and in using 100% clean electricity by 2040? Reducing schools' environmental footprints are critical ways to promote student well-being, from improving indoor air quality, adding water filtration systems, and reducing exposure to emissions from school buses that are powered by fossil fuels. Investing in sustainable practices will save money in the long term. So I'm asking you to please consider an additional priority to preserve and sustain our shared resources across all departments in Jeffco Schools, while accelerating our students' ability to combat climate change. And one strategy to do this is to establish an organizational structure that is accountable to sustainability. That means potentially hire a sustainability director and establish a sustainability task force. And the school board could enact a resolution or policy to mandate that swift action is taken toward climate actions and sustainability programs. So I'm asking, please choose to take action now, because later is too late. Thank you.
Thank you. And number 6.
Hello. We are the Jefferson County Food Policy Council. My name is Hallie, and I serve as the director. Our council is a diverse coalition of individuals and organizations from across Jefferson County, and we're all dedicated to fostering community-led change for a better food future. School food is a topic that has been consistently identified as a top priority by our members. Our members have specifically called out their opposition to the promotion and sale of ultra-processed food in schools, and you can read that in our 2024 food policy platform. I am here today to ask you to end the sale of junk food in school cafeterias. Over the past almost 2 years, we have supported the Edgewater School Food Pilot Program, collaborating closely with the district, the community, and JESPA, who negotiated that program. Together, we have advocated for improvements to school food policies and practices and create an environment that supports the well-being and health of our students. So far, we've seen cultural family recipes incorporated into school menu items, which is really innovative and exciting and a great accomplishment to celebrate. But we have not seen the quality or nutrition of the ingredients and products sold in the cafeterias improve. We have repeatedly highlighted that the staff incentives for the sale of junk food within school cafeterias do not support the health or success of our students. Cafeteria staff should not have to push junk food on children to earn their wage. This approach contradicts the fundamental mission of our schools, which should prioritize the health and success of our children above all else. This approach also does not honor the hard-working cafeteria staff. The staff that I know, especially Andrea Cisneros, are some of the most dedicated and caring people. Their work should be compensated fairly and not based on the amount of junk food they sell. In October, we worked with Coloradans for the Common Good to organize an assembly where school board candidates all committed to removing incentives for the sale of junk food in Jeffco cafeterias. It's deeply concerning to me to learn that Andrea is facing repercussions for prioritizing healthier options over the sale of junk food. This is not supporting student health and success and sends a wrong message and undermines our collective efforts to foster a culture of wellness in our schools. Therefore, I urge you all to take immediate action to remove junk food from school cafeterias and compensate cafeteria staff fairly. By aligning our policies with our values, we can create a positive environment that supports the health and academic success of our students. Our council and community are ready to support and excited to collaborate to create healthy and supportive cafeteria experiences for all Jeffco students.
Hi, my name's Azucena Rubio. I am a parent of 3 boys that attend the Jefferson Junior, Senior High School and Edgewater Elementary. I am also part of the Jeffco Food Policy Council. We acknowledge and applaud the progress made in implementing free meals for all students. However, our students are still able to buy junk food in cafeterias. That's not very healthy, and the students have very limited time to eat lunch. The lines are very long, and some students don't get to eat because the lines are so long and kitchens are short-staffed. So we are asking for more staff in our kitchen for our students. So we want our students to be able to eat healthier meals as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Javier Alvarado Vega. I am the community organizer with the Food Policy Council. Millie only speaks Spanish, so she's going to read hers in Spanish and I'll translate after.
Hola, buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Milagro Chávez. Vivo en Westminster y hoy estoy aquí para hablar sobre la venta en las escuelas de Jefferson de las comidas chatarras. Soy una madre de familia y también pertenezco al Consejo de Políticas de Jefferson y también pertenezco al piloto de mamás pidiendo ingredientes locales y comidas saludables para nuestros hijos. Hoy estoy aquí porque al lado de donde nuestros chicos reciben sus alimentos hay 2 estantes muy grandes donde hay mucha comida chatarra, ¿verdad? Y está lleno de comida no saludable sin restricciones, chocolates, chips, galletas, bebidas azucaradas, helados, etcétera, etcétera. La señora Andrea Cisneros dejó de vender esa comida chatarra no saludable y preparó un poco más de comida saludable para vender si los niños se quedaban con hambre. En la actualidad vemos índices con porcentajes altos que han crecido en niños como enfermedades del corazón, diabetes, etc. Mi hijo tiene diabetes 1. Esto crea un interrogante a los papás. ¿El condado de Jefferson está abogando por la alimentación sana de sus estudiantes? Estamos aquí hoy para abogar por la señora Andrea, trabajadora en las cocinas del condado de Jefferson. Pero Andrea también es mamá y está preocupada por la alimentación de nuestros hijos, de sus hijos, de los estudiantes del condado de Jefferson. Quiero decirles que trajimos muchas firmas y recolectamos muchos nombres y apellidos de personas que te agradecen, Andrea Cisneros, y aman tu labor y amor por los estudiantes. Debemos terminar, por favor, con la venta de comida chatarra. Eso no es saludable, no es sano para sus hijos y para nuestros hijos. Gracias, Andrea, y gracias a todos ustedes por escucharme. La comunidad latina está presente y necesitamos intérpretes. Gracias.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Milagros Chavez. Oh, gracias. I am a resident of Westminster, and I am here today to talk about the school and part of the schools in Jefferson. I'm also part of the Food Policy Council of Jefferson. My story is that I am a mother. I want to advocate for healthier local ingredients for my kid. Next to where the kids get their food, there is real quickly. There's a stand that holds chips, unhealthy food, and a whole bunch of other types of unhealthy food. This is full of unhealthy food, chocolates, chips, cookies, drinks, sugar drinks, etc. Miss Andrea has stopped selling these foods, unhealthy foods, and has instead helped with preparing more healthy foods for the kids to eat and buy if the kids were still hungry. In current times, we see high percentages of unhealthy kids, including kids with diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, etc. My son actually has diabetes 1. This creates an worrying. This is actually really worrying for the parents of Jefferson, who are advocating for better healthy food for the students. We are here today to advocate for Miss Andrea, a worker from the kitchens in Jefferson County. But also Andrea's also a mother, and she is also worried about the health and nutrition of her kids and of the students in Jefferson County as a whole. I want to say that we have brought a lot of signatures, names, and individuals who are in support of Andrea and love her labor and love that she loves her students. We need to end with the sale of junk food that is not healthy for the kids. Thank you, Andrea. I also wanted to say that the Latino community is present here, and we do need interpretation.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Bobitsky. I am a mother of 2 children who have graduated from Jefferson County Public Schools. My husband and I graduated from Jefferson County Public Schools. I own a business in Jefferson County and live in Jefferson County. I came here tonight originally to support my friend Andrea, and then I was asked to give a speech, and I was going to tell you to take a look at what unhealthy choices being acceptable looks like. I've struggled with obesity and sugar addiction for my entire life because the choices that were given to me being raised in a very poor, single, food insecure home, I thought that those choices were acceptable. As I had children, I obviously tried to instill different values in them. And when I shared with my daughter the reason why we were coming here tonight, she said to me, "Mom, no one should ever face termination for trying to feed children healthy food." And this child actually skipped meals on a regular basis because the only options available to her at school were greasy and unhealthy foods. So my child was not eating all day at school, not only because of the time, but because of the choices available. And she would come home hungry, and that is not good for children's brains. That is not how children can function accurately in school. And I don't know if you want to say just something, because she wanted to come and say. But I did bring her to prove that point, that we do need to have healthy meals in schools.
Thank you very much. That does conclude the public comment portion of the meeting, and we are going to take a 15 to 20 minute break right now, and we'll see you shortly.
Oh!
and welcome back, everybody. At this point, we're going to go into our study session, and our first topic of study tonight, the Board of Education will discuss the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, ACFR, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, and the concurrent independent financial audit with the district's independent auditors, Forvis LLC. For the board and our listening public, Colorado Revised Statute 22-32-109 requires the district to prepare an annual comprehensive financial report. The financial report consists of financial information prepared by the district and audited by an independent firm, and indicates the financial status of the district at the end of the reporting period. Per state statute, the annual audit must be submitted to the Office of the State Auditor and the School Finance Division by December 31st. In compliance with state regulations, the district filed for an extension to submit the audit in October 2023. The application was approved, allowing the district a period of up to 60 additional days to file the submission. Forvis has prepared and submitted their audit report and letter to the Board of Education. This discussion provides the board a public opportunity to dialogue with the independent auditor. Staff are present to answer questions. And we have Ms. Copeland, I think. Want to introduce your panel and get started? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, board members. Good to see you. I'm very pleased to introduce two of the team members from Forvis who worked with us on this year's audit, Chris Telly and Anna, and they are going to take it from here.
There we go. Got it. Thank you. Good evening, board members. Thank you so much for having us tonight. My name is Chris Telly. I'm a partner with Forvis. To my left is Anna Thigpen. She is a director over the engagement. And on Tuesday of this week, we presented to the audit committee, went through the letter that's in front of you in very great detail, I think. We will be hitting on the highlights of this letter. So in the interest of time, we'll just pick out certain pieces that we think you really need to know. But obviously, if there's any questions that you have or anything you saw in the letter that we don't address, please feel free to stop me. We can jump over to that section at any time that you would like. So I'm going to start off by saying we did issue an unmodified opinion. That is what you want, an unmodified opinion, as we call it. That was dated January 31st, so just a few weeks ago. I am going to speak to some adjustments that we proposed during the course of the audit, and then Anna is going to speak to some of the findings, some of which result from those adjustments that I'm about to speak about. So forgive me, I don't know what page of the packet it is on. It is on page 4 of your letter that I'm starting on. And again, I'm assuming you have some kind of large packet in front of you electronically. Forgive me that I don't know what page number that is. But I'm about halfway through the page in blue lettering where it says adjustments identified by body audit. There are essentially two types of adjustments. We propose adjustments. Management makes a decision as to whether they will record those adjustments or do what's called pass on those adjustments or waive on those adjustments, which usually means the adjustment will be made in the next subsequent year, so in 2024. It's a few different reasons that go into a few different criteria that go into that decision as to whether or not to record it or not. The biggest one being how material it is, but also, as you've seen, the act to run an adjustment through the act for once it's compiled is a task, quite frankly. Takes a lot of time, so that weighs into the decision as well, just the cost benefit of it, if you will. So the first one I will point out to you is that we did propose an adjustment that was recorded by management for a reclassification between the net investment in capital assets, and the unrestricted net position. It's approximately $20 million that Anna will speak about in a little bit more detail in just a few moments. That adjustment was made and is reflected in the annual comprehensive financial report you have in front of you. Going to the next page, page 5, starting at the top, you'll see 4 bullet points. Those are also 4 adjustments that we did propose, all of which were not made by management and are not reflected in the document you see before you. The first one for $72,000 reflects a lease receivable and a deferred inflow for a lease that should have been recorded for GASB 87 in the prior year. It was discovered this year. We proposed an adjustment, pretty small dollar amount, obviously. This one will run out, I believe, during 24. So by this time next year, it will be finished. The next one is actually in regards to one of the charter schools, Mountain Phoenix Charter School. They had done a bond refunding during the course of this year. As part of that bond refunding is what's referred to as a deferred gain or loss. That deferred gain or loss was not recorded by the charter school, was not calculated. It was approximately $77,000. That also was a past adjustment. And then the last 2 items are actually the same issue, but in different funds. The first one in the bond redemption fund, the next one in the general fund, but it both has to do with revenue recognition of the property taxes themselves. And I'll pause for just a moment. And let me know if I can help you find where we're at.
Director Reed, is there anything I can provide you? No?
Okay.
Let me, do you mind if I hand you my printed copy?
It's a tech thing.
And we're on page 5, up towards the top. 3rd bullet point. So both of these are the same issue, has to do with revenue recognition for the property taxes. In simplest form, there was revenue that was booked in 2023 that should be deferred until 2024. That's what both of these adjustments are doing in the bond redemption fund and the general fund. There were no prior period uncorrected adjustments for us to discuss. And with that, I will turn it over to Anna, unless there are any questions that you'd like to bring up now. We're happy to entertain. Otherwise, I'll let her go through her presentation and we'll open it up to questions then.
Okay, I am going to, as Chris mentioned, review the results of the audit as it relates to the financial statement findings. This is located at the very end of your ACFR and the single audit report. It's hard code page 170. So you have the PDF of the annual comprehensive financial report. It's very near the end of the report. As Chris mentioned, there were some adjustments identified. The first of which is actually, sorry, I'm going backwards, but I'm just going to keep going with it. There were 2 adjustments identified related to the net investment in capital assets. Under Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement GASB 34, commonly referred to as GASB 34, there is a component of net investment in capital assets, which is a component of your net position. Within this standard, it outlines the basic calculation for the net investment in capital assets, otherwise known as NICA. This calculation requires that the unspent portion of debt proceeds be subtracted from your net investment in capital asset amount at year end. Additionally, another component of the calculation is that any retainage payable, accounts payable related to capital assets should be excluded from the calculation. During our review of this calculation, we identified that the district included the incorrect amount of unspent proceeds on capital related debt for the governmental activities of the district. Additionally, unspent proceeds of capital-related debt, accounts payable, and retainage payable were not included in the NICA calculation for the component units. So we audit the aggregate discretely presented component units represents all of the charter schools, which we audit as one opinion unit. As Chris mentioned, this related to one specific school. As a result of the identification of these components that were incorrectly included in or excluded from the calculation, the governmental activities understatement of net investment in capital assets was $22.4 million. And in the charter schools, the total understatement was $3.3 million. Also, as Chris mentioned, these two adjustments were included in the ACFR. The district did essentially post those audit entries. As a result of this, we do recommend that the district reviews their calculation prior to preparing the ACFR next year and ensure that the required components are included in the calculation itself. Any questions that I can answer related to that item?
Sorry, and I might have been able to ask this in our audit committee meeting this week, but when you do a review like that, is that a random sampling? What am I doing wrong? Is it a random? I should have known. So is that a random sampling? Like, could that have happened in other calculations? I'm assuming the audit doesn't look at every single calculation. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
There are, within your ACFR, there are 2 places where your net investment and capital assets, 3 places. Business type activities. Hold. I want to say this correctly. Without getting too complicated here. Okay. You have your governmental activities, your business type activities, and your charter schools. Each of those reports a net investment in capital assets. So we review that calculation in whole. Those 3 calculations are the only calculations to look at. So in essence, we test it 100%. Yeah.
I have one question. So effectively, because it was posted, this has been corrected. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, I'll move on to the second financial statement finding, which is over journal entry review. An integral part of internal controls is having a timely and adequate review process over journal entries. This review should be performed by a different individual than the person who made the entry, and ideally should be performed prior to posting of that entry. We observe that there is not a review control in place over manual journal entries that impact the general ledger. We did identify that there are compensating controls in place, such as reviews by department heads and school principals, as well as review of permissions within the PeopleSoft system that provides for limited access. However, these compensating controls don't fully eliminate or mitigate the risk of the journal entry review process. By not having a detailed review of journal entries, the district increases the risk of material misstatement in the annual comprehensive financial report. Our recommendation to the district is to install a review process to ensure that those manual journal entries are reviewed. The district has explored options within the PeopleSoft system to be able to instill those review possibilities. We strongly encourage that be continue to be explored, and if not possible, that instilling those reviews by department heads and principals and requiring those reviews to occur be documented so that the risk is appropriately mitigated. There's really no impact from a financial statement perspective. There were no adjustments identified as a result of our review of journal entries. So in essence, there's nothing that was corrected in the ACFR. But as we prepare for the audit next year, this will be something that we follow up on to see what type of changes have been made to the system as it relates to journal entry reviews and the process therein. Any questions on that finding?
And I should explain, this is the second time I'm hearing this because we were in the audit committee meeting this week, and we asked if on those journal entries, in your review, were there any journal entries that seemed inaccurate? And I could ask again, but I know your response was no. So there was no worry that they found anything that needed correction. And I thought that was an important reassurance for us.
Correct. And then along with our financial statement audit, we do perform a compliance audit. That's your single audit over your federal programs. Just wanted to point out that there were no findings identified as it relates to compliance. Had there been findings identified, we would go over them today, but the findings identified in this year's audit related strictly to the financial statement audit. So.
Attached to the letter itself is also management's representation letter back to the auditors as to the representations they make to us, as well as the past adjustment schedule. So the past adjustments that I already spoke about, they're laid out in that schedule at the very end of the letter in the very so small print that is so difficult to read. So yes, I have the same issue. I empathize, believe me. We have not been able to get that taken care of, but we're working on it. But they are all attached for your review and for your knowledge. Obviously, if there are any questions, we're happy to take them.
Are there any other questions from the board? I have one on page 169, which is the end of the findings. What did it say? Schedule of findings and questioned costs.
Mm-hmm.
At the very end, it says auditee qualified as a low risk auditee. What would it take to be low risk?
The reason why the district was not a low risk auditee this year is because the data collection form, which is required to be submitted once the audit is complete, that is submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, which includes your report as well as the results of the single audit, wasn't submitted timely. As well as if you had a material weakness, that would also impact your ability to qualify as a low risk auditee. Your two findings this year were significant deficiencies. So those would be at a lower level than a material weakness. Yeah, I believe you had one material weakness last year.
Okay.
So this year, the data collection form is just about ready to be submitted within the acceptable time frame, and you did not have any material weaknesses. So you therefore would qualify as a low risk auditee for 2024.
Great, thank you.
There's a group of criteria that needs to be met in order to be a low risk auditee. These are just two of the items within that group. And I believe you need to get past it for 2 years. So once you're past the 2 years, you'll go back to being a low risk auditee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This might be a question for Brenna more than anything else. Hello, thank you. Does that have any weight on our ability to finance or issue debt or anything like that?
No, it shouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
They're more interested in the numbers.
Got it. Thank you.
I just had a few things. One on the findings from last year. Sorry, I really feel repetitive. You all reported that they were implemented. So I had a question for the district that we as a board might get more information on how those corrections were implemented. I think they were mostly around internal controls. Is that correct? And so this audit doesn't really review that as much, except to get a report from the district on what it was. So they've reported it as implemented, but I'd really love to just hear it sometime. It doesn't have to be right now. What those corrections were and how we know that those internal controls have been implemented.
I think if that's of interest to the board, we can include it in a Friday update. I think this is simple. Is that something?
Yeah.
Great.
I don't know if it is, but thank you. And the second one was also just an observation that having a new auditor this year, we heard has contributed new eyes and a new way of looking at our audit and finance, and that it sounds like some of the things that we're finding are things that have existed for some time, so they'll be corrected going forward. We won't retroactively correct them, but so it's helpful to have this new set of eyes because we can figure out how to correct some of these practices going forward. So thank you for bringing that perspective. And generally, thank you for your work on this. Last thing, we have President Parker and I are on the audit committee, along with Teresa Shelton, who is one of our citizen community members. And she submitted, as a follow-up, a lot of edits and comments. So I just wanted to acknowledge those that hopefully they can be looked at. Some of them are just errors maybe in the report or questions about something not adding up, but bigger questions too, where some narrative might help be for the public, explain some of the findings or the way things were reported. So I just wanted to kind of call those out because it looks like she spent quite a bit of time reviewing that and providing those comments.
And so actually, Chris, it might be helpful so as to not, invalidate your review of the financial statements as they were presented to you. We already discussed one area where we do need to make a correction. We're not as likely to change substantive text in other areas because then it's no longer what they reviewed. Does that make sense? Does that resonate with proper practice?
It does. It depends on what the change is, quite frankly, and where in the act for it is.
And sorry, I didn't mean to. The
Not at
work
all.
was very good. They may just be things that we just want to keep talking about in the audit committee.
Yeah,
for discussion. But really good points and questions. A lot about how our grant funds are spent and recorded. Not implying error, just questions about that, especially what might be a one-time cost versus recurring, and how we're thinking about as a district how we're going to either stop, what was it? Stop, start, or continue, whatever that framework is, around some of those funds. So just good comments in there. And so, yeah, I wouldn't change that then.
I just have one comment question. I don't know. You mentioned that we need to implement a journal entry review process, and there was mention of PeopleSoft having some things built into it that made it, less accessible for people to enter incorrect information, right? As we move forward, if we're going to be looking at using other software, these are all, we need to take these still into account if we ever were to change the software, the programs that we're using to report and collect and manage data. Is that accurate? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad I got to hear it twice because my brain doesn't catch it all the first time, so I really appreciate it and look forward to seeing you again next year.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Okay, for the next agenda item, the board will receive an update on school start times originally launched by district staff in the 2023-24 school year. Jeffco Public Schools implemented equitable and healthy start and end times district-wide for the 2023-24 school year after 6 years of partnership with a group of families, staff, and community members. The district's goal was to align start and end times across all Jeffco schools. To 1, ensure equitable instructional time for students at each level, and 2, implement a schedule aligned with research which suggests that later start times for middle and high school students result in improvements at school and for students' physical and emotional health. We have allotted 30 minutes for this presentation, and before I turn it over to Dr. LeBlanc Esparza, who is Deputy Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, President Parker. I'm looking forward to the board receiving this update. As promised, we told the board when we implemented this start and end times that we would give you an update on how it's going. And one of the most important parts of what you're going to hear tonight is some results from a survey that we conducted as our promise to our families to stay connected on this issue and listen to them was really important to us. And so I'm looking forward to that. I'd also just like to take a moment and thank Ms. Takar and Dr. Kim for the incredible amount of work that has gone into these adjustments, this project, in addition to our transportation team and our terminal directors who have worked tirelessly to reroute and try to find the efficiencies that we've been able to find and really meet the goals of this project. So thank you very much. And shout out to our transportation team for their support as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board members and President Parker. I too, before I ever get started, have to say a huge thank you to Claire, as well as to the transportation team for the work that they did alongside us. Certainly, Claire and I led this together. It really was a partnership in doing this work. And our intention tonight is to give you kind of a quick overview of where did we start, where are we now, what information have we collected over this school year to really get a sense of how we continue to support our families moving forward. So as you all know, in 2023-24 school year, we launched new healthy and equitable start times. And this change really came as a result of parent initiation, a committee, 6 years of partnership with a group of families, staff, and community members that brought to us the background around adolescent brain research and a desire to create more equitable instructional time. So the equitable instructional time, if you remember, it really is looking at the length of school day that our elementary students, our middle school students, and our high school students have. And one of the things we found within this is that there was great variability in the length of school day. And in fact, upwards of 30 minutes or more of instruction per day, which adds up cumulatively to almost an entire instructional school year more during a K-5 educational career. And so looking at the equity of that and trying to look at what do our students need in order to get all of the adequate instruction to meet standards and for them to get that healthy, extraordinary student experience that we promise Jeffco residents. So our purpose today is to ground in the history and timeline, review results that from a survey that we've conducted this year, and then share next steps as the district continues to monitor and respond to the feedback that we received. So we'll start with the timeline. Claire, I'm going to ask you to do the timeline piece because I know you put together a great amount of the detail and you were the historian as a part of this process.
Certainly, and being a historian in this case involved going through years of board docs to look at the different presentations that were there. So this effort began in the spring of 2016, where parents in the Evergreen articulation area began to talk amongst themselves and engage with district staff about the possibility of moving adolescent start times, so high school and middle school school start times, to be later to align with adolescent brain research. Over the course of 2 years, this conversation continued, and in the spring of 2018, the district convened a start times task force. This included parents, community members, and staff that represented every articulation area to explore the issue. The task force was co-chaired by some parents who were living in the Arvada West and the Evergreen articulation areas. A year later, February 7th, 2019, the task force came before the Board of Education to share findings from a community survey that they had fielded, and they brought forward initial recommendations, including commissioning the first phase of a transportation study, recognizing the crucial role that transportation would play in our ability to move start times. A year later, the task force returned to the Board of Education to present those findings, and as a result of that study, it had additional recommendations to fund a next phase of a transportation study to continue to look at some of these places. The following year, in April of 2021, the task force came again to the Board of Education with a finalized transportation study and then began to recommend studying the implementation. What effect would this have on athletics, childcare, and things like that? The following year in January, the Start Times Task Force then reviewed the updated start times recommendations that had been changed as a result of the previous study. And the Board of Education at that time instructed the superintendent to explore launching new times for the following school year. The district then, in February 2022, fielded a survey of families to gather feedback on the proposed times, and over 21,000 responses were received. As a result of that survey and the analysis, seeing that a majority of the families thought they would be able to adjust to these new start times, in March of 2022, the district committed to implement healthy and equitable start times for the 23-24 school year. From there, immediately after that decision was made in March of 2022, the transportation terminals began to plan new bus routes that would meet the district's goals within the context of a nationwide bus driver shortage that was becoming more and more acute by the day. In August of 2022, district staff then began to plan for a shift to new start times. It's specifically looking at impact to athletics, activities, childcare, our internal systems, and more. In November of 2022, all school communities were notified of their new start and end times that would begin the following school year. This timing was intentional to allow families enough time to consider their options and potentially use Enroll Jeffco to make a different choice if needed. Beginning in January of 2023, school and district departments began the detailed work of understanding what the shift would look like to their schedules, how they would plan soft starts, arranging their master schedule. And in August of 2024, the school year began with those new start and end times. And as we had mentioned in prior updates to the board, we continued to monitor the impact of start and end times with a survey that was fielded in December of 2024.
So since announcing new start times in the beginning of this school year, we're now a little more than a semester in. District staff has continued to monitor and respond to the feedback we receive. As you can imagine, some schools and families have shared very positive feedback, the appreciation for the change and the impact on students. And some schools and families have shared that there have been persistent challenges in adjusting to those new start and end times. So in the December survey that we offered out to families, to more deeply understand the impact of the change, we asked folks about school calendar and we asked folks about healthy and equitable start times. Specifically, when we look at school calendar, we asked about the start time or the start of the year. Looking at, should we start before or after Labor Day? Should we start, looking at the timing of first semester finals? Looking at duration and frequency. Should we have shorter breaks and more breaks, or longer breaks and fewer breaks? Looking at consistency of calendars. Is it really important to families that elementary calendar matches a middle school calendar matches a high school calendar for the same days off? And then finally asking about options for student non-contact time. When we were in negotiations last year, much of the conversation around time centered around early release, late start, and non-contact days, especially at the elementary level, recognizing that there is a difference in the amount of planning time that our elementary teachers have versus secondary, and trying to provide them the time that they needed. But we also needed to be very sensitive to the impact that that has on our families and our community. So we asked the question, what was easier on their family and what was more successful for them to navigate, whether it's a late start, an early release, or an all day. In terms of the healthy and equitable start times, we looked at adjustment to the new times. Has your family adjusted? Are you still struggling with it? Has it worked for you? And then options for flexibility and transportation. I believe Superintendent Dorland has spoken with the board in previous occasions and talked about the fact that we do know that anytime you run a tiered system, you typically begin with your elementary, and then you've got your high school, and then from there you've got your middle school, which means that middle school tends to run a little bit later in terms of start time and end times. And we did know that Jefferson County saw that same pattern. And so part of the conversation was, if we wanted to look at the possibility of adjusting later on down the road, would families be open to a combination of whether it be elementary and middle school students on the same bus or middle and high school students on the same bus? what is the comfort level with that? And so the focus of our presentation this evening is really to talk about the adjustment to time and the options for flexibility in transportation and what information our parents shared with us. So as you can see, the survey was open through much of the month of December. We provided the survey in English, Spanish, Russian, and Vietnamese, and we received a little over 9,000 responses. Of those responses, about 68% of them were parents or guardians, 16% Jeffco staff members, 14% parents or guardians and Jeffco staff members, so served in both roles, or identified as both, and then 2% were Jeffco students, community members, or other. So this survey, when we look at who responded, it is a representation of a little over 11,000 students across all grade spans. We got responses from every articulation area, and 2,264 families who use transportation services. So I'll let you take a look here for a moment. When we asked about how is your family adjusting to healthy and equitable start and end times, overall, we had 54% of respondents agreed that their family have adjusted to the new start times, and we still have about 18% that strongly disagree, that they have not adjusted. We broke this down further to really take a look at the strongly agrees at what level are their students, elementary, middle, and high. The agrees, they agree that they've been able to make the adjustment. The ambivalent responses in the middle, the disagree, and then the strongly disagree. So the themes that we also saw in the 3,574 respondents that provided optional comments revolved around improved mental health and physical well-being for teens, increased time for after-school activities for elementary students, and positive impact on some family schedules. As you can see, the themes that fell under the category of challenges, the later release for middle and high school students posed challenges for after-school activities and providing childcare to younger siblings. Earlier start for elementary can make it difficult for children to get ready in the morning and create a need for childcare in some cases. Continued impact to traffic at or around schools, including bus schedules. And then Jeffco staff with children face challenges balancing their own schedules. So a little further digging, comments demonstrated a range of responses from appreciating the change, acknowledging ongoing challenges and adjustments, and then requests for changes. The one pain point we talked about earlier, middle school challenges. Families perceive challenges with increased tardies and early release at middle school level. But when we look at the data show that fewer students are tardy, but more students are leaving school early compared to last year. So as we look at it from 22-23 to 23-24, we've seen a 10% decrease in the number of students with at least one tardy at middle school. But we have seen an increase in the number of students with who leave early with at least one early release. So overall, out of the 2,264 respondents, as we pull those out, looking at students who ride the bus, 41% expressed comfort with students in grades K through 8 riding together. 40% expressed comfort with students in grades 6 through 12 riding together. 15% said they were comfortable K through 12. And then 31% said they are not comfortable with multiple grade spans. So our next steps, as we look at the data, and Claire and I began to work with our transportation directors, our terminal directors, to look at what would transportation look like if we were to combine various levels. And as you can imagine, the complexity of that takes a little time for them to work through that. So all school start and end times will stay the same for the 24-25 school year. And we did communicate that late fall this year so that folks knew that was not an intention for us to change it. And any adjustments for the 25-26 school year will be communicated prior to December of 24 so that families have a long runway to make any adjustments that they feel they need to make. And then the district's priority next steps include exploring changes to middle school start times, start and end times, as I said, and then supporting childcare through school age enrichment. We know that there were a few spots that we had capacity issues. However, the district has implemented new enrollment processes to better support families. And our initial data that we have now shows that 99% of our SAE sessions still have capacity for additional students. So we will be able to support in a different way. And we'll open the floor for questions for Claire and I.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Dr. Reed?
Thank you so much. It's good to know that we've got feedback from a broad representation of people, and it's good to see what people are saying. I am wondering in the next year or so if we can also get maybe some data on how it's actually impacting, especially at the high school, student achievement, and can we see what this is doing for absences in first hour classes and how it's impacting grades? Are we seeing better performance from kids? Since that was a big piece of the reason that we did it, I think it's worth exploring to see whether or not we got the results that we wanted.
We can definitely use our new dashboarding systems to make sure we're monitoring that and bring you back data as a part of, as we look at this school year and how its impact looks compared to previous year. We'll be glad to bring that back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I think it's really powerful to see the data, because when it first came out, there was a ton of kind of community chatter, I would say, about it, at least that I heard. And so seeing some of this data, the pros and the cons, is really powerful. So I just had a few questions. If we look at slide 11, I think the bar charts, did anywhere in the survey, did it indicate if a family had children in more than one grouping? Like middle school and elementary school,
Yes.
or high school and elementary school?
Yes, so families, it was a select all option. So you could select, if you had a child in elementary school and middle school and high school. So these bar charts disaggregate based on anyone who said they had at least one. So there's the possibility that some families are double counted here, but wanted to make sure that we represented every family's voice.
I'd be really curious, and I don't know if you all have had a chance to dig into the data to this level, to understand if families with kids in multiple groupings are struggling more. Because personally, that's where I think the rub came for myself. But our oldest started driving, and oh my gosh, amazing. So I would just be curious to know if we can disaggregate that to see if the multiple schools made an impact. I was also curious, do we know if or how many families might have chosen a different school because of start times?
I can talk with our enrolled Jeffco team and see if that's data that we have. I'll find out. I'll find out.
I actually think we have some data from the boundary study presentation that's coming next that might shed some light on that.
Yeah, ultimately, I would wonder if schools were negatively impacted, or certain schools because of times, later starts, earlier starts particularly. And then I'm really pleased that we did get the voice of the teacher that is also the parent. I think that's really challenging when you have to get your kid across town and your start times don't necessarily align. And I don't know that there's a solution for that, but I'd be fascinated to hear how we might be able to support those teachers. That might be for down the road. And then I would be really curious to see the calendar data. And I can certainly come to Claire if you want me just to attend something that would be easier. I'm happy to do that. So.
I mean, that's something we can also include in the board's weekly update, an upcoming one. And Renee Nicothodes is working with our calendar committee. She's leading that right now, and that committee Renee will be bringing you all the recommendations from that committee for the next 3-year calendar. I don't know the exact timeline. May?
That's fine.
I don't know. It's coming. And they've got a lot of work to do first. And it's a robust committee with lots of different representation and stakeholders. that data, though, we can get to you, and so you at least know what data they're looking at as they begin their work.
Awesome.
Can I add a piece to that? One of the things we tried to do with this is be really clear and transparent, and frankly, be motivational that we wanted a robust data set to work from. So one of the options that we gave families is if you take the survey, you'll be able to see the data at the end live. And so folks have been able to follow it and watch it over time and see as people responded to see where the preferences were in our system. So the data's been pretty transparent. We're happy to share that with you.
That's awesome. I think that's great. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
We don't have baseline data before all of this, though, right? Because I think about it, and I think if you had asked me when I was a teacher with children in the system, when I taught high school and they taught elementary and they were in elementary school, our schedules did not align and it was a pain. So I don't know that some of these are new problems. And so it would be interesting but we don't have that baseline data, do we?
Not that I'm aware of, but I could certainly check with Dr. Eaton's IDS team because most data that we have historically would be within their databases, so I can check. I don't know that we do, but I'll ask.
I only had one last question, then I'll turn the mic over. With a later end time for high school, are we seeing more early release for our student athletes or our students who are competing in activities? Because often athletics, they need to travel, and that was always kind of a thing before. And maybe we don't have a baseline to know if that's exaggerated, but do we know if there is a higher increase of that instance?
I think we're still collecting data because our students left early to go to contests and events prior to changing start and end times. That was not an unusual occurrence. But for us to be able to look at this year's data compared to last year's data, we need to make it through the seasons and see where we're at. But we'll have that data come late spring from fall and winter sports. And if we wait till about May, we'll have all 3 seasons and we can tell you if and when there are any specific seasons that are impacted in different ways.
And with the dashboards, you can actually track and see if those students had challenges on and off season. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a few things. And I kind of wanted to start by saying I'm actually a family where we have 3. I have one in elementary, middle, and high school, and we're a mix of going right to our neighborhood school and choicing. And so we actually don't have access to a single bus because we're either too close or too far. And I happily welcome 2 middle school friends every day who come because one has parents who are a teacher, or both parents are teachers, and the other one whose mother works in the tech center. So they start school at 9 a.m. And so they come, their parents start work so much earlier. So it's totally changed in my house, like middle school kids in the morning. It's just actually joyful, which I don't know that I would have ever said before. But so we're carpooling a lot, and they are picking up my kids because I work later and they can get off a little bit earlier because they start so early. So I can attest that it's really, really challenging. And also it's kind of brought, I think, a lot of people together to try to coordinate, those kinds of kind of community connections in a way. But it is hard, and it's harder to have 3 in 3 schools than anything else. So that's where it starts. But just a couple of things. On the school start calendars, this was just something that I heard. I was at a community, it's for a meeting for business leaders, and they invited our U.S. House rep to come hear from business leaders on challenges. And one thing that Apex was there, and they said one of the hard things about the calendar, the Jeffco calendar, was that our high school students go back to school before the little ones, and they provide camps, and almost all of their staff at the camps are high school students. So they are unable to provide camp for all the kids the week right before school starts because the high schoolers go back to school. So they lose their staff. And it just hit me. I was like, well, I would have never thought of that. So they're just not able to provide camp to the elementary and middle school kids that last week of summer, if that makes sense, because we bring our high school students back early. I just thought that was an interesting learning. it seems like from the letters we get, one of the hardest things is the early elementary school start time. And I do hope that we'll really address that in the future to see if we can bump that down or later a little bit. I think starting the elementary kids before 7:50, I think that the earliest might be, 7:45 some, and then some even earlier. But I think that seems like from community comment to be the one that people are struggling with the most. I've heard it in a lot of different ways, including neighbors of mine who mention it every time they see me. One other thing you said there's 99% of our SAE sessions have room for more kids. It also seems like because those aren't located at the schools always, that one of the challenges is getting kids to those enrichment programs. So if the program is not provided at the school where the kids go, like an after-school program, we have to transport, or the parent has to somehow transport them to those opportunities. So I've heard some folks say that, like, if we could provide more transportation to kids to those programs, we could probably start solving a little bit of that problem. I'm not sure that that's something we can do. It seems like a big challenge also. Sorry, these are just all comments. My last one is I just didn't know that they could access their data right away. And I run a data science company, and we've built our data platform based on a philosophy around the democratization of data. We've just always believed if you take data from community or get it from community, that you should give it back, and especially to provide capacity building for folks. And so that's how we've built our own technology around that philosophy, in ways of always saying, how do we give data back? And we even have lots of features that do that. So I'm just so happy to hear that. I would just encourage more of it. And I think it's the right thing to do. So thank you. I don't really have any questions then.
I just want to clarify, we start school on the same day for all students, which is, and I know that, and I'm looking at the calendar, but to verify, but I know that because one of the reasons we asked the question, how important is it to your family that all levels, elementary, middle, and high, have the same or very similar calendar? And so there may be things like sports that are starting or other things that go on.
My high schooler went back before my elementary and middle school kids.
Sometimes like they'll have
January.
9th grade or 6th grade academy.
Right.
But
It was
but
all
the
the high
official first day of school is usually the same day.
Yeah, Superintendent Dorland is correct. We will at times allow a soft start for like a first grade level in a grade span, like bring kindergartners in early or bring 9th graders in early to do an orientation with upperclassmen and that kind of thing. But as far as their official first day of school, it is the same for all of our students.
It might have been after break this year in January.
Yes.
My middle school, my high schooler went to school 2 days.
We did
I
have
think,
some
before.
non-contact days at winter break, and that was that piece that we talked about earlier in terms of giving elementary some planning time, given the difference between the amounts of time that they have in a given week.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it was. It's funny because they associated that in this public meeting with summer. So maybe that wasn't the case, but mine did go back early in January.
Yeah, at winter break they did.
Yeah.
This isn't a question. It's more just a consideration. As we continue to look at middle school start times and the impact at the middle school level, I know that clubs and activities at middle school have been greatly impacted, and I know that some schools have then integrated having club time into the school day, where then students are sort of selecting like one club to be involved in for a specific amount of time. And I just, I want them to have more opportunity to try out some of the different, now that they're in middle school, access to those clubs and activities. And I know then that we're asking sponsors to stay after school even later. And so that's just a consideration that I'm raising as we continue to look at middle school start times and end times, is how to integrate extracurricular opportunities for students. That's I'm very interested in it. That's all.
In some cases, you are right. In other cases, we've had schools that have gotten innovative and moved their clubs to the morning. It kind of depends on what works for staff. And so, yeah, I mean, one or the other, it is something that is an impact and part of the conversation and part of the survey data. Definitely.
Great. All right, thanks.
I just have a couple of questions. First on slide 6, just because I'm prone to miss things. The dates here, the bottom two, August and December, should be 2023, right? We haven't gotten to 2024 yet.
Yes, we have not gotten to August 2024, December 24
checking.
yet. Yes, yeah, that's correct. They should be 23.
I could miss that. Yes. Then also on slide 9, you talk about the number of responses we got to the survey. There were about 9,000. And then on slide 5, when we talked about the task force that was working on it, they got 21,000. Can you tell me, was it a longer time period they were surveying, or what do you think made them so successful?
Honestly, I don't know why one had such a robust response other than folks wanted us to hear their feedback around the possibility of start times and end times. I would say based on some of our panorama data and the things that we use, the 9,000 is a pretty consistent number we've seen over the last couple of years, but the 20 was certainly a much higher number than we've been used to seeing when we did have that.
Okay. Then also on middle schools, I will say the emails I'm getting right now are from students, middle school students, and they're all asking me to go back, to the time they had before. And one of the reasons I hear is there were at least 2 schools in my district that had 7 periods. So they had extra electives that they could take. And it was very, very popular. And this is one of the things I could never wrap my mind around, that they had more time in the day and they didn't have time for that period. It's like, how does that work out? But I did discover the logistical problems they had. But my question is, can you foresee that we'd ever get to a place where middle schools could go 7 periods, or is that was just something a couple schools did?
When we dug into it, what we found was there's this interesting sweet spot in between having small enrollment and having big enrollment, and kind of right in that middle pocket, the schools were able to, with their staff a 7-period day. Our schools that were really big couldn't do it. Our schools that were really small couldn't do it. And part of that, it depends on staffing. It depends on how many offerings you have. And we worked with a handful of middle school principals to really look at that. And when they advocated for, is it possible to get enough staffing to do that, the cost was definitely substantial to do that. And so we certainly shared that. I think at one point, I can go back and look and find that, but we did run the numbers because I believe you asked at the time. And so I'll go back and see if I can find that. But it definitely was not a small number. I recall that.
And then just one final thing too. Again, based on the emails I'm getting recently, when we get requested, go back to the way it was, can we all be confident in giving the message that we are monitoring the situation? As you said, we're looking for flexible transportation options and so forth. So it's not like set in stone forever, will never ever change. We are always going to try to make things more efficient.
Absolutely. We wanted to make the commitment for next year, knowing that it's going to take time for folks to really dig into that and figure out the complexities of tightening those routes, finding those efficiencies, making sure we have the staffing, all of the pieces that go into that puzzle. Claire, myself, Jeff Gatlin, Terry Slemons have all been meeting with our transportation directors to give them kind of the parameters of what are we looking at all the data together, looking at the survey responses. And we've all committed to, if we can find ways to adjust that a bit, knowing what the feedback has been, we will look at that and certainly bring forward that as an option.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. This was really helpful, and we're still getting emails on it, so it's good to have an update. Yep. Thank you. And for our final agenda item for study this evening, the board will receive a presentation from independent consultant Flow Analytics and district staff on an ongoing comprehensive boundary study, including analysis into enrollment trends, school choices, and programs to find ways to operate more efficiently and provide equal, high-quality education throughout the district. Independent consultants Flow Analytics, with support from district staff, analyzed historical student enrollment, demographic characteristics, residential development, and prior changes to school boundaries and articulation areas. They've produced several reports for the board and public's review. These reports serve as a foundation for analysis and decisions aligned to enrollment across the district, including special program access and school choice. They're also supporting identification of potential boundary changes to align with Jeffco's goals of equitable access and sustainable school capacity utilization. We have allotted 60 minutes for this presentation, and before I turn this over to Ms. Rouleau, is there anything you'd like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
Yes, thank you, President Parker. Welcome, Ms. Rouleau and Ms. Takar. Thank you for the work you've done leading this effort, and thank you to our partners at Flow, live and in person here tonight, and those of you who are also joining us virtually, thank you. I just want to emphasize how important I think this work is, and as you mentioned, President Parker, this is one of several reports that's going to be delivered to the board and obviously also delivered to us as staff. Really looking forward to having this analysis completed in these various reports to provide us guidance so that the district can at some point have a bit of a roadmap for planning for the future. And it's one of these things that I wish we had in the fall of 2021 when we began to realize just how serious these small schools declining enrollment impacts were. And so I'm looking forward to the information that we've been receiving from Flow and will continue to receive from Flow, guiding some of our future recommendations and planning for the district, and just look forward to being able to have a bit of at least a draft roadmap and guide plan for district leaders once we're done with this. So thank you, and welcome to Ms. Rouleau. I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Education, for allowing us to present to you all tonight. We do have our friends from Flow Analytics with us, and as well as GBSM, who is Flow's partner in this work. So I just want to give most of the time for you all to hear from our partners and the work that they've done, but I do want to do a little bit of framing. So as you may recall, we decided to do this boundary study, comprehensive look at choice and enrollment trends as part of our school closure work under the Roth's work. And, one of the things that the board kept talking to us about at the time was wanting to know more about why Jeffco families make the choices that they do. And so we hope to get into that a little bit today. So I think that the reports that you have received, we're doing our best, I think, to start tonight and in our next presentation to really triangulate the information from the reports and then what we're hearing from families. But I think that we also knew going into the school closure work and are happy to see that what we were thinking is pretty much affirmed by our partners, that moving boundary lines doesn't really make a huge difference except in areas that are pretty overcrowded. Otherwise, you see a lot of choice in our district. And so we're, grappling with that and thinking about that. As Superintendent Dorland said, we start to make the roadmap for the future. I think that we are really interested. These reports, and including the information from our families, give us a lot of really interesting information to noodle on. It's a lot of information, and we're still digesting what it means and what it means for how we are going to react to it as a district. And we also can't do that alone. We need to see how we need to understand it more from, we got some great information and we need to go a little bit deeper. We also need to see how our principals interpret this information. And so we have a little bit of a ways to go. And, I think that another thing that Superintendent Dorland in her community update to the community today talked about is the fact that Jeffco retains 91% of the students who live in the district. So we're doing a really good job, and changing boundaries or, it really, what we start looking at, maybe we could even shift choice patterns. When we do that, we're really just moving around the pieces, the chess pieces on the board, right? Like we're just shifting kids in terms of the schools they're attending, because most of them are attending Jeffco schools. We have a lot of questions coming out of the data that we've spent some time looking at and that you guys are going to look at tonight. I do want to call attention to the public that the presentation you're seeing tonight is an abbreviated presentation. There's also like a 90-slide deck that is there with a lot more information, and we are still digesting it. But we're interested to hear what the questions the board has. Some of the questions we have based on the information is, how do families define a quality school and how do they quantify that in their decision-making process? What factors into a family's school enrollment decisions at transition points like kindergarten, 6th grade, and 9th grade? What draws families to attend their neighborhood school and what draws families away from their neighborhood schools? What is it about specific programs that parents value most? For Jeffco families with at least one homeschooled or student attending a charter school, what caused them to make that decision? And there's also national research, especially emerging research on homeschooling, that we're interested in sort of comparing our findings to. And then are there places where boundary adjustments and choice management at oversubscribed schools can help to accomplish our goals? So we do have some questions, and we have talked to this board before about, can we do a better job as a district in managing our choice and the number of students who are enrolled in specific schools. So some of our next steps, just so that you know them going into this conversation, we are planning to do some focus groups. That is part of the contract we have with Flow and GBSM. And we are also reviewing the data with some individuals who have some expertise in school choice specifically, so they can help us maybe see some things that we are not seeing in this data. And then we will publish a comprehensive report about district programming and related enrollment trends and survey responses. We're not going to go deeply into programming today because we have a lot of hard data around programming, and we have some information from our families, and we're doing our best to triangulate the data to get the full picture around what's going on with programming and how that relates to enrollment. And we will be bringing additional conclusions to you all in our June presentation as we finish this. But know that the reports, the mini reports, have been incredibly helpful to our team, and also in painting a nice picture of what's actually going on in our district with boundaries and enrollment. So really appreciate the work so far, and looking forward to drawing to a conclusion in June. So with that, I will pass it over to you guys.
And Kate, I think you'll kick us off.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. So we're going to start off with the first slide, please, Colleen. What we are going to present today. So I'm Kate Doran with Flow Analytics, and Ethan Poole is also on the phone from Flow Analytics as well. So we're going to walk through the purpose of the project, which Lisa alluded to already, but we'll kind of walk through that a little bit, the project reports and the deliverables that we've completed so far, the findings from some of those reports, and then GBSM will go through the fall school enrollment survey process and results. Next slide, thank you. So the purpose of the project, a lot of what Lisa was covering since 2001, Jeffco's experienced a shift in demographics, and that's led to declining enrollment. So birth rates have slowed, affordability and availability of housing has resulted in fewer families, and just the school age population has shrunk in the district. The project objectives, so FLOW is conducting comprehensive studies to increase Jeffco's understanding of school boundaries, enrollment patterns, articulation patterns, programs, and then GBSM is coming in and engaging the community to understand what matters most to families when choosing a school, choosing programs, and getting that information. So the Flow Analytics deliverables thus far in September, we finished our report for enrollment trends, boundary alignment, and enrollment analysis. So that was kind of looking at current data. In February, well, that's today, so it's available today. We've been working on it, but the school choice analysis report is available today. Also available today is the current enrollment and enrollment projections analysis, where we looked at the school district projections for enrollment and how that might affect utilization of schools. And then in progress, as Lisa said, the school program analysis. And these documents are all in the board documents, so folks can go in and look at those reports. And then GBSM in the fall did a school enrollment survey. And then coming up, they're going to do a spring 2024 focus groups. So to really dive in more on the topics that matter most to the district. So the enrollment trends and boundary alignment enrollment reporting memo that we published in September was a broad look analysis of all of the enrollment data, what the feeder patterns look like, and a lot of information from that. So the major findings, or the key findings, I believe is on the next slide. So one of the key things that the district knows and that's included in this report is that Jeffco enrollment declined by 10.4% since 2013, 2014. Enrollment peaked between 2015 and 2019. Enrollment declines have occurred throughout the district in nearly all of the articulation areas, with a decline in student density across the district since 2017-18. But like Lisa said, almost 91% of Jeffco children or Jefferson County children are enrolled in K-12 schools in the Jeffco district. The school choice analysis looked at the 2022-23 enrollment year. So Flo worked with Jeffco to analyze student enrollment patterns. So do they attend their specific zoned school? Are they choosing a school in the next zone over? They're choosing a school in the next articulation area over? Are they choosing a option school? So what are all of the patterns happening throughout the whole district, looking at that by articulation area and by school? So the memo describes all of these choice patterns happening in Jeffco, looks at the numbers and rates of students attending or not attending their schools. The key findings was that there were almost 75,000 K-12 students enrolled in Jeffco in that year, 68,000 K-12 students residing in the district, almost 41,000 students who attend the public school where their residence is, so in their zone school. The overall capture rate district-wide for students attending their resident school is 60%. So you can picture an attendance zone around a school, 60% of the students that live there attend that school, and then 40% would go to a school outside of that area. And that was 56% for elementary, 65% for K-8, 61% for middle school, and then 65% for high school, which you can imagine the middle schools and the high schools have larger areas and they're capturing maybe more of their students. There are 29 charter schools with a combined enrollment of 8,600 students, which is 11% of Jeffco. And I think we're passing it over to you guys.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you.
Well, now we get to dive into some of what families are saying about potentially some of these trends. And as Lisa noted, this is the 20-slide version of the 93 slides I think available in your board packet. So definitely room for you to dig more in as you're interested. So we conducted this survey over about 5.5 weeks in the fall of 2023. and collected nearly 9,000 surveys using a partnership with district staff as well as school staff, school fellows, so both online and in-person promotion in up to 7 languages. And this gives you just a quick snapshot. There's additional demographic slides in the larger deck, but this gives you a quick snapshot of the number of students represented, so nearly 15,000, a little over 15,000 students, or approximately 20% of the student body is represented in this survey. And that's approximately 37% of families who identify as Hispanic, Latino, BIPOC, Asian, or multiracial. About 19% who have incomes under 80,000. And this map kind of shows you a little bit of that geographic representation. We do have representation from across all of the articulation areas, with the most in that kind of dark blue being in Ralston Valley, Chatfield, and Bear Creek. And then you can kind of see the distribution from the teal is the next, green is the kind of third, and yellow is the where we received the fewest total number of surveys. So let's dive in a little bit to the findings. So just to give you a sense of how the survey was set up, families had the option to, they were introduced to these 4 categories as general kind of ways that families often make school choice decisions. And they were asked to, in each of these categories, to name what are some of the factors that they were using as they think about school design and programming, or logistics, or school climate. So they were given the option to select all of the things in each of those categories that were influencing their decision. And then at the end, we ultimately asked them to rank these 4. So you'll get a little bit of a sense over the next few slides of what within these categories were important to families and how relatively important were these categories to those families. So we started with school design and programming. As you can see, this was one where programming that supports students' academic needs and academic interests were most important and kind of ranked at the top of school design and programming decisions. I will note, these are survey results overall, and we're going to also highlight a few. We looked at the survey based on demographic groups, so based on race and ethnicity. We looked at families who took the survey in languages other than English. We looked at income. We looked at articulation area. We looked at we looked at a variety of different ways. So I'm going to highlight as we go through a few of those unique differences. So for families overall, the academic needs and their interests really rose to the top. I'll name that unique education approach was lifted up more often by BIPOC families, as well as families who took the survey in languages other than English, as well as charter school families. So they were more likely than survey respondents overall to name those. And while technology was only named by about 1 in 10 families overall, Hispanic and Latino families, as well as BIPOC families, named that more frequently as a influencing factor to their school enrollment decisions. As we looked at school climate, about 50% of families were saying that feelings of connection and belonging with their school, a welcoming school environment, and the opportunity to attend school with family, friends, or neighbors were very important to them. Some of the kind of unique demographic differences. So charter school families named that school size was much more important than families overall. And BIPOC families, Hispanic and Latino families, families who took the survey in languages other than English, and families making below 80,000 named diversity of school staff, as well as staff who understand their family's culture much more frequently in the school climate than survey respondents overall. As we dig into school reputation, 2/3 approximately of families identified quality instruction as most important to them within this category. Notably, middle school families, and this is one where I know we were talking earlier about families that have multiple children across grades. When we looked at the data that way, there weren't a lot of very interesting things. So we pulled out middle school, high school, and elementary only students. So when I say middle school families or high school families or elementary families, I mean only who have only students in those grades. So middle school families notably said word of mouth reputation was less important to them. And high school families were more likely to say that their own past experiences with the school were important as they were making those school enrollment decisions. And then as we looked at the final category of logistics, we had about 2/3 of families who said that the distance from school or work was most important for them, and about half said that the ease of travel between home and school was most important. I know we had a conversation about school start and end times, and so you can see about 30% of families said that it was a factor. So I wouldn't say I think your question was exactly like, did they change schools because of it? So we don't have that data, but we can say about 30% of families have said that this is an important factor to them. Transportation was noted by about 20% of families overall, and it was something that was named as more important for families who took the survey in languages other than English. And it was noted as less important for Hispanic and Latino families within this data set, charter school families, as well as families with elementary school students. And then we got to the overall ranking. This shows, you can see kind of how families ranked it from 1 to 4 overall. As we took the averages out, the overarching order was that school design and programming was ranked number 1. School climate then came in as number 2, followed by school reputation and logistics. A few of those exceptions as we looked at the data. So families making below $80,000 and elementary school families both ranked logistics as more important than school reputation. So school design and programming and school climate still were number 1 and 2, but they thought logistics was more important than school reputation. And then middle school families thought that reputation was the most important. And high school families believed that school climate was most important. And then you might be wondering, how are they making these assessments essentially of some of these things, especially things like, reputation. And so this is a snapshot of how families said that they were getting their information to make decisions. So 70%, more than 70%, are getting information from word of mouth. So what are they hearing from their family, friends, and neighbors? About half, a little over half, are getting it from direct experiences with the school. So that could be tours, that could be a previous child has attended that school. And then a variety of online sources came next. And I'll name BIPOC families were actually more likely to be influenced by some sort of online information. They use digital sources more often than survey respondents overall. Of those digital sources, elementary school families were much more likely to say that they used the School Insights website as one of their decision-making information gathering factors. So that was a good bulk of the quantitative data that we collected. We also had the option for an open-ended response. And so this was actually first. So before they had got all of those, potential things to influence how they were thinking about it, the very first question that they asked was, in your own words, why did you select the schools that your child is attending or children are attending this year? And we got a great number, 7,800, more than 7,800 responses to this. And so we looked at this data both overall as well as by articulation area. So this is a quick snapshot for you of what were some of those overall themes from the open-ended response. And we'll get into what each of these mean and some of the kind of, what those looked like in the next few slides. 2 things I do want to note before we move into some of the individual details. The first is factors 1 through 5, so academic quality and reputation through social connections or child's preference. Those were all named much more frequently than factors 6 through 10. So there was a pretty big drop-off of the number of times that those were named. So just know that those are kind of while these all look very even, there is kind of an overall numbers drop-off between those 2 sides. And the other thing, this is probably an obvious statement, but these are in buckets. But the family's decisions are much more complex than any of these individual. And so you may have a academic quality as well as a values and culture as well as, so it was just keep in mind as we go through, this is something that, and I think the very first quote on this next slide really shows you the wide-ranging number and type of factors that families are really using as they're making these decisions. So the most mentioned in the open-ended response, the most prevalent response that we saw was around academic quality and reputation. So this could include everything from word of mouth reputation. I heard it was a good school from neighbors or from friends. This included school ratings and reviews and test scores. And so this was named by approximately 1 in 3 of the families as we went through those open-ended responses. I will name it was more frequently mentioned by Green Mountain and Pomona families, and less frequently mentioned by Stanley Lake, Columbine, and Conifer articulation areas. And as you can see, we kind of have these some of these quotes and pullouts of something that was typical. We kind of tried to find quotes that were typical of what do we really mean by academic quality and reputation, or each of those. And as you can see, the very first one is everything from reputation and test scores to the principal to the school environment, including the number of windows. So I hope that kind of gives you a sense of the kind of richness of what those responses looked like. The second most prominent that was named was proximity, logistics, and convenience. So this included everything from easy commutes, so whether that's drop off and pickup, walkability, or provided transportation. This also included just general closeness, and I'll name this was not necessarily just closeness to the home. It was maybe closeness to mom or to dad, to grandma, to the babysitter, to the house, to the work, or other places that they go. So it's a really, I think there's a tendency to say, this is the closest school to the house, and it really is being made by families in terms of closeness of what works for their schedules. This also included start and end times, so this is where we kind of bucketed any time that we saw folks mentioning those as a kind of logistical consideration. In terms of articulation areas that mentioned this more often, so Conifer and Pomona offered that, named proximity, logistics, and convenience more often, and Columbine mentioned it less frequently than other articulations as a whole. The third category was neighborhood school. And this could range from because it is my neighborhood school, full stop, and that was the explanation given. But those that went further into explaining, some said that this was almost from a sense of community. They really wanted their children to go to school with their neighbors and create strong community bonds. Others named they specifically wanted to support their local schools, and many also mentioned that they had bought their homes or made a decision of where to rent or where to live because of the assigned school. So they kind of did that work ahead of time before finding those homes. Many also said that it was most convenient. So there was a big correlation between the neighborhood school as well as the convenience. So it was more convenient to attend in the neighborhood. And that they wanted to often kind of continue with the same kids as they moved through those articulation patterns. So neighborhood school was most likely to be, or more frequently mentioned by Chatfield, Columbine, and Ralston Valley, and brought up less frequently by the Alameda and Jefferson articulation areas. Special programs and curriculum, and as Lisa already alluded to, we'll be digging a lot more into both the program analysis that Flo has conducted as well as the initial survey findings of programs. But in the qualitative data, we found approximately 1 in 4 who mentioned curriculum or programming generally. So this could be just the mention of we liked the programming or we liked the curriculum. Some did specifically describe attributes of the programming or curriculum, and others did specifically name programs that influenced their choice. We had about 1,200 families who mentioned a specific family, a specific program when they were naming why they made those decisions. The most frequently named programs are on the screen, which was Gifted and Talented, Arts, IB, SPED, and Montessori. And two things that I would note here are this is our definitions, obviously, of programming, and I think that may be different than families' definitions. So, for example, arts, it may not be official programming. It may be that they have a really great band, that kind of thing. And so, for that reason, we also included extracurriculars in this section, and that was another thing that was very significantly mentioned as we went through those the open-ended responses. And I will also, this will be really kind of built out further as we do that full program analysis alongside Flow. I will name as, in terms of special programs and curriculum, was more likely to be mentioned by Lakewood and Jefferson families, and less likely to be mentioned by Dakota Ridge and Ralston Valley families when they were given their kind of open-ended response of why they made school decisions. Social connections are next. This was where families indicated that they had affinities for specific schools based on social, preferences. That could be anything from student friendships. They wanted to make sure that their children went to school with friends that they already had, or wanted to continue with that same group of students. We had a lot of places where family members had attended the school previously, so that could either be parents or older children. So they had that kind of affinity towards, I think there were mentions of raccoons since the 80s, I think was the exact quote. So, a lot of pride in that and those kind of social connections that they had built as a result. This was much more likely to be mentioned by Columbine and Stanley Lake families, and less frequently mentioned by Evergreen families. We then move into teacher and staff quality. This was consistently mentioned across articulation areas. No kind of standouts in terms of the frequency of mentions in those open-ended responses. So teacher and staff quality was, that bucket pretty self-explanatory, but includes teacher, principal, or other kinds of staff, the perceived quality and effectiveness of those staff. There was a lot of mentions of feeling that the staff really knew their students or knew the families, or really cared about the students, and just generally the relationships between staff and either the students or the families themselves. And in some cases, communications from staff. So the feeling of really being communicated to in effective ways was also brought up in this category. So the next several I'll name are all different kind of takes on a school environment and a different kind of, what was important to families in those kinds of school environment. This first one encompasses essentially perceptions about the school community and its resources and its, in some cases, its facilities and properties. This is where most frequently we saw identification around the size of the school and why they're making that decision. Most frequently, it was small schools, more opportunities. I will say we also saw large schools, more opportunities. So, the jury's not out on that one. But this also included things like school resources. So do they have technology? Do they have updated school buildings or facilities? Or sometimes specific assets. So sports fields, playgrounds, science labs. So those were all components that kind of made up that school community and facilities bucket. This category was much more mentioned much more frequently by Evergreen families. The next kind of take on environment was around safety. And that was both physical safety, so prevention of bullying, making sure that there are secure facilities and procedures around that kind of security, but also psychological safety. So things like social emotional, a positive school climate and inclusion were also pulled into this category. And then safe transportation, making sure that families and students were able to get not only be safe in the school buildings, but really were safely able to get to school. This one mentioned much more frequently by Lakewood families and less frequently by Columbine and Conifer families. Values and culture, we're almost through the list. Values and culture, we saw families mentioning things such as cultural diversity and inclusivity. So in and of itself, I think there was an aspect of inclusion on the last slide, but that was around like my student is safe because of that inclusivity. This was we categorized it here if it was much more just generally we appreciate diversity and inclusivity. This was also a place where alignment with families' personal values came in, and again, kind of that positive school culture and education approaches that were focused on kind of kindness, empathy, that they said really aligned with their own family's values. And then we finally had support services. So this was both kind of formal abilities to meet students' unique needs. So we saw mentions around SPED programs, IEPs, providing specific support for twice exceptional or students with autism. But also in some cases, it was just general mentions of, school environments, approaches, designs of schools and staff who they felt like were able to really tailor to students' unique needs and abilities. So that is the highlights, so open to kind of your questions and looking forward to digging further in.
Thank you so much. That is great. I love graphs. Directors, any questions?
I do have just kind of a general question. Are we not hearing anything else for the work from Flo and all those reports and stuff? Just double checking.
Not tonight. You can certainly ask questions if you have them, but they will be, we can have them come in another meeting, but they are planning to be in the June meeting to talk about their reports.
Okay. I just have some comments on that part of it.
Sure.
So thank you. So I'll wait so we can get through this part first. But thank you very much and for all that work. And your presentation was really fun to hear. And like the way that you clearly read all of the comments and understood them. So I just have great appreciation for your presentation and really outstanding information. But I don't have any questions.
No problem. Thank you.
I'll pass it off. I do have a couple of flow things on that stuff, but I'll wait.
I just want to follow that and say I really appreciated for each of the slides towards the end telling us what articulation areas aligned, like it was most important to them or not. That is incredibly helpful information. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I will name, so there are slides in the, again, very fun 93 deck. So each articulation area has a combination of anywhere we saw kind of outliers in the quantitative data. So I only brought it up in the qualitative in this case, but so if you are really curious about all of your individual articulation areas, some of those highlights are in those additional slides.
I'm going to echo. Thank you. This was really interesting. It's fascinating, actually. I have a couple questions, I guess. Did we give the respondents a definition of any of these terms?
So in some cases, and I can probably go back to some of these slides. Let's see. Oh, yes. We're doing a dual. So in some cases, we had kind of definitions behind them. I will say they were not like finding a separate, it's just whatever you kind of see here in terms of, and that the full actually survey instrument is at the end of that as well. So if there were cases where, yes, if we can go back to the green one, there we go. So if there were cases such as, programming that supports the child's academic needs, we sometimes did include things like that, but not necessarily more definition than that. Yeah. And I think that was something we went back and forth on the programming ones in particular. And so knowing that we may know what leadership programming means or other things like that, but we went with the official district definitions for the survey itself. I think we're excited to, in the focus groups, really dig further into what do parents perceive as what that really means. And they may not know what expeditionary learning is, but they may say, of course, I would love for my kid to be outdoors and, learning through that. So I think we're really excited for, we were balancing essentially the, how do you make it short enough that parents will finish it, with the how do you make it specific enough that families are really able to understand it. So excited to dig further there.
That's awesome.
Are there any terms that or
No,
okay,
I'll get to that in one
yes.
second. Under the social connections, did you notice that any one instance of type of school, for example, middle school, high school, or elementary, noted that higher?
So that is a good question. I don't have it in this deck. Do you have, Emma, by any chance have elementary, middle, and high?
You can get back to me also.
Okay. So we can take a look at, in terms of thinking about social connections, and we have a really good, in the quantitative data especially, we can really kind of parse through and see, was there a specific level of school? We can do it by grade even. I'm not sure we'll learn much, but it could be an interesting thing to see if there are correlations there.
If you broke it up by grade, and where I'm getting to is I think about middle school often and the challenges associated with middle school. And I have one where we are in elementary and everyone's talking about middle school right now. And I get a lot of comments about option schools versus neighborhood schools and that choice process. And so I'm curious, the grade level breakout between 5th and 6th would be fascinating to me, just to understand how much families are really valuing that. It's more curiosity than anything else, but as we think about how to improve middle school, I would be curious to know that. And my last thing is just really a comment for my fellow directors. The reputation one is really the one I was getting at, and it's really interesting to me for a couple different reasons. But really, because when we have a school that might have a, quote, negative reputation that has made a lot of efforts to fix it, but that reputation doesn't exactly spread without the tours, I just wonder how we can support those schools. If 70% is a significant number. In fact, I don't know that we saw 70% many times. And so I just wonder if we have schools that are worried about perceptions, or that may have had may have had a past that makes parents say, oh, we don't want to go there. I just wonder how we as a district could support those schools to change that reputational perspective. So that's a wonder for the directors more than anything. But it's a fascinating. I was surprised to see it that high.
I would just second that wholeheartedly. I've been thinking a lot about how do we actually bring resources into our schools that may have those challenges, especially now when we're, making some decisions about how to use resources in different schools. So I think there's definitely ways to enhance programming in those areas that draws parents in, or help. And support of our center programs, I think, helps with that in a lot of ways, because it brings more support into a school that might have those challenges and things like that. So I just really support that thinking.
Thank you so much. I love this presentation, but I do have some questions. The first one was, how was the survey distributed and communicated and whatever? And especially, were there places that we had really low participation in certain areas?
Sure. So it was distributed through both district channels, so those overall district announcements, as well as each of the schools received communication toolkits. So that could be through their newsletters. We had for their emails and texts. And then particularly for schools that had family engagement liaisons, engaged with them to be able to engage, with families one-on-one and find families that may not be as apt to respond to a survey on those digital channels. Emma, if we can navigate back to the map. So we have this the map cut in kind of different ways. I don't think that we. And I can check this with Janine, who did a lot of the specific analysis. I don't think that we had any areas that we were concerned about in terms of these are not enough families. We also looked at it this is the hard numbers, but we also looked at it in terms of like percent of families, because that is also if you look at the hard numbers, there may be more families in some of these articulation areas than others. And so when we looked at it from a percent perspective, didn't see any red flags in terms of we really didn't have any families from Conifer or Evergreen or that kind of thing. So we can kind of dig into that and see if there's particular articulation areas that had lower response rates, I guess would be, total numbers there, and we can compare that to the percents, but nothing that was flagged as we went through that.
And I noticed that in the charts in the supporting documents, it does talk about how many students are in charter schools in different articulation areas. But did the charter schools themselves participate in this survey?
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, charter families were included in some of the district-wide distribution channels, and so there was an option for charter families to participate and share their rationale as well.
Do we know, did we get a good participation rate from the charter schools, or?
I will have that in just a moment. Probably not on the screen, but I can tell you what slide it's on. So in terms of, what types of schools students attend, approximately 58% of survey respondents attended their assigned neighborhood school, which is about 60% that overall. So that was a good match. Jeffco charter schools was around 9% of those survey respondents, and then very small amount that attended charter schools in another district.
Okay, thanks. Two more questions. One, how can we know, or if we can, why parents went out of the district? I know we've got a good rate. We've got 91% that we keep. But is there any way of knowing the reason why they might choose to go out?
So we do, in the survey, we did, people did indicate, especially if they have multiple kids, so maybe they have a kid in a Jeffco school, maybe they have a kid in an out-of-district school. So we have the opportunity through focus groups or executive interviews to go back to some of those families who have a kid in Jeffco and out of Jeffco. So that is something we could definitely look at. But, again, we're retaining 90% of the students, so it's not an overwhelming amount, but it's we're interested to know if you have a student in a Jeffco school and maybe you have a kid in homeschool or a kid in a neighboring district, like why is that?
Mm-hmm. And then my final question is, how can we use this data to help individual schools? So for instance, we know we've got a school that's overcrowded and we know boundary adjustments might be necessary to protect it in the future, but schools that maybe need some more enrollment, how do we equate the choice reasons that parents have to a specific school that we want to help out?
So that's why, we have the same question. And so that's why we're engaging some folks to really look at the data with us who have an expertise in school choice, understand it. And, our comms team is going to come along too to understand how we can support schools and communicating about what they offer. I think what's going to be really interesting in the next report that we share with you all as a board and with the community is programming. Because in this district for a long time, there was sort of this myth that if you start programming, the people will come. And what the early analysis that we're looking at is finding, and we're also triangulating with the responses that we got, is that programming is not driving enrollment for the most part. There are some unique spots where people are going for programming, and you guys, each of you could name them off, but otherwise, it's just not true. Mostly people are looking for quality, what they're calling a quality program. And we're trying to figure out more about what does that mean? And, so I think we have the same question, President Parker, and are going to be deeply looking into it. I think if this has showed us anything, it's that the answer is not easy. And we need to better understand.
I would add, thank you, Lisa, very helpful. I would add that I think one of the early ahas that this has helped us with is also some need for us to think about being more strategic in managing choice. So while the state of Colorado is a choice state and families have the right to choose a school, which is wonderful for families, we don't have a requirement that one school goes to, 110% capacity while the school down the street is losing enrollment and sitting at 50% capacity. And the district has historically not strategically thought about its enrollment. I think we all can attest to that, given the experiences many of you on the board have had. And we need to start doing that, which is why these reports are so critical. But one of the things that we've learned through this process is that schools, because we had too many schools, they were taking everybody they could get in the choice process because they were afraid of losing enrollment. And we are a declining enrollment district. But we need to start having those conversations with principals to say, how do we manage your choice enrollment to supplement and your existing in-boundary enrollment? And how do we manage it in a way that you can get to a point of programming that you want and need, but you're not overburdening your enrollment and underburdening another school's enrollment? And I think those are going to be really important conversations moving forward. And that's already one of the ahas that we've had from some of this information.
Well, thank you so much. This was really wonderful. I really appreciate it. Yep.
And sorry, I won't ask I spent most of my time reading the flow report and looking at those things. And I know and it's fine. I know we probably all need to move on, but while we do have them here, I want to say I loved this report so much. It was so well written. The data are fascinating and complex, and the way it was looking at the screen, like you're in the room. But I was really excited actually to dig into that as well. So I do hope we can at one point. And like I'll just call out one thing, and this might be just me geeking out on data stuff, but I'm referring to the report that's called Final Jeffco Enrollment Trends and Boundary Alignment Memo. Also very long. I don't know how many pages it is. But for example, I'll just call out one thing on page, let's see. Well, I don't know what page this is, but it's figures 5 and 6. Wait, hold on. There's a lot of different figures. It is figure 5 and 6. I can't tell what page I'm on. Page 9 and 10. It's this purple yellow map of the density of where kids live. And I saw that map, and it's one of the most helpful and interesting, I think, in just seeing where our kids are. So I think this report is full of insights like that, and like seriously well written, because the descriptions between each of the data points was so helpful. This one, I wish we could talk about sometime. I'd love to think about, have you all seen this purple map? Because it says like, between the 2 time points, the yellow is less vibrant in time 2, and I couldn't put them right side by side. So I was like, what is that? And just in this question of an overcrowded school just down the street from a less, and then looking at how many kids live in those areas, my mind was just blown. So I don't really have a question, I guess, as much as just I'd love to spend more time on this report.
Thank you, Dr. Varda. I would too. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank Claire and Ty Young. I mean, Flo is an amazing partner, but Claire and Ty really are able to work with them on the context of Jeffco and ask, these reports, when they come to us, they're great. And we always go back with a number of questions to try to get to refine to get to a point where it's going to be really relevant. So I just want to call out Claire and Ty for their excellent work with our partners on this to make these reports what they are. So thank you.
so many different data sources. I can't imagine how you pulled all of this together. And so it's really one of, I think, the best things I've seen as a board member. Just comprehensive, got me really excited. So I know we need to move on, but I wouldn't mind bringing this back to a discussion sometime.
Yes, I ditto that. So thank you again. Really appreciate it and look forward to getting into the data.
Thank you all.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the next presentation we have is on contract renewal for supplementary student transportation. And we will be voting on supplementary student transportation contracts. For the board and our listening public, tonight the board will review and vote on a recommended increase to the agreements with Ever-Driven, ALC Schools, Noah Care, and Hop Skip Drive Incorporated for the supplementary student transportation. Tonight we'll hear from Mr. Gatlin, Jeffco's Chief Operations Officer, about why these supplementary services are needed and how they complement the services provided by our transportation department, led by Mr. Terry Slimmons, who's here also with us tonight. Before I turn this over to Mr. Gatlin, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you, President Parker. I know we've received some feedback and heard public comment tonight about the challenges and concerns around our contracted services for transportation. I want to emphasize that as a district team, we have a shared interest in minimizing our contracted services for transportation, and we also have a responsibility to transport our students, especially our students who need daily transportation, one-to-one, and are required by their special education needs. When possible, we want to use our district drivers to transport all of our students, but given the shortages, it has been a challenge. And so we wanted to share tonight, prior to the consent agenda, some of our definitely wanted to share a message of shared interest in that, but also some of the strategies that Mr. Slimmons and Mr. Gatlin have been working on together to begin to, over time, see a reduction in our use of contracted services for transportation. And so I'm pleased tonight to share that for our listening public and for our board, and we'll hand it over to Mr. Gatlin.
Thank you. And thank you to the board, President Parker, Superintendent Dorland, for allowing us to provide this update this evening. I did want to introduce Terry Slimmons, who's our Executive Director of Transportation and Fleet Services, who will be joining me up here for this presentation. So this presentation is related, has a related action item at this evening's meeting to request, which is a request to increase the current contract for providers who transport students where we are unable to do so. It's important to note that this is necessary to maintain levels of transportation service throughout the district. And while we're committing resources to these services, we have a strong desire to reduce our dependency on them and begin shifting those services in-house. So what we wanted to go through with the board this evening was a little background and information just on transporting students in general that's certainly relevant and important to the conversation we'll have tonight. Take a look at the students that we serve and the method in which they are served across the district. A look at our contracted services and how much we've been spending on contract services for previous year and what we're projecting based on ridership and usage this year. And then also a comparison to really take a look at, are there cost savings? Is it beneficial if we do move these services in-house? So we'll go through some scenarios where we feel like it is justified to do so. And then Mr. Slimmons will take over and talk a little bit about our planning and our strategies to move in this direction, kind of in a phased approach. So school districts are required to transport some student populations. Our special education students, our McKinney-Vento or homeless students, our placed out of district students, and our foster care students. And we are required, per the rules and regs of each of those, to provide transportation services for students, SPED students who have the requirement written into their IEPs, homeless students. I have little blurbs that I'll actually read because it's going to be better than me winging it. We're required for McKinney-Vento, we're required to provide transportation to students covered under the McKinney-Vento Act, ensuring that those experiencing homelessness can attend their school of origin for the duration of their homelessness or until the end of the academic year in which they secure permanent housing to maintain educational stability and continuity. Are placed out of district students who are required to transport those students who are placed in out of district educational settings due to special education needs, disciplinary actions, or lack of appropriate programs within the district, ensuring access to the educational services specified in their IEPs or as mandated by educational authorities. Foster care students were required to collaborate with local child welfare agencies to provide transportation for students in foster care, ensuring they can remain in their school of origin whenever feasible to promote educational continuity and stability despite changes in their living situations. It's also worth noting that in Colorado, transporting all of other students is a choice. And it's a choice we certainly value. We know it's a critical service that our families rely on, but there isn't a requirement to do so. So a little bit about the process in regards to how a student referral lands into a contracted service. So an eligible student, based on the criteria that we mentioned in the previous slide, are referred to the transportation department from the associated department or team. The transportation department is required to provide services by a particular date. And the first option that's explored is, can we provide this on an existing regular bus? If we can't, then the next option that we explore is parental reimbursement. And we can actually offer parental reimbursement, and Terry might be able to know more about the rate, but if that isn't an option, then we move to contracted service as an option for providing that service. And it's challenging to optimally serve these students with existing routes and fleet, and our driver shortage has exacerbated our reliance on these services. So what does our ridership look like across these services and contracted versus internal? So when we look at total ridership of any rider, all riders who have used a particular method of transportation at any given point in time. And that number, current year, is about 13,600 riders. That doesn't mean we have 13,600 riding every single day. That just means we have 13,600 that have accessed transportation and the associated services. So of that number, 1.55% have utilized contracted services, and we've been able to provide service for about 5.36% of those students via a regular route, an existing service that we can offer. Regular education students, 0.05%, have been placed in contracted services. And this number was a little bit surprising. Why would we contract a regular education students? And then looking into that, the most recent example that came up was a young mother who attends one of our schools who has a baby who needed to get to school and put the baby in a car seat, and we couldn't serve that on one of our buses. And so that student was placed in a contracted service. We weren't required to do so. Doesn't mean that student will be on that service every day. Might be a stopgap until something else can come into place. But there are exceptions in situations like that for those types of students. And then a majority of our students are transported via just our regular buses and our regular fleet services. So contracted services, what does this look like over the past 2 years? And current year is a projection as noted in the slide. In 22-23, there were about 41,652 trips, which is how we get billed by our contracted service providers. We're projecting 45,344 this year, an increase of about 9%. The cost previous year was about $2.78 million. And this year, we're projecting, based on that trend, about $3.75 million. And a cost that's disproportionately higher to the number of trips due to increased costs by the providers for trips, and the trips themselves can be more costly. I do want to mention the funding sources for these services for this current year. $2.8 million of that $3.75 million is from unfilled positions in the transportation department. We're not decreasing the number of FTEs in the department for the purpose of contracting services. We're utilizing the vacancy dollars now, but leaving the FTEs in place, with the hope that we fill those positions with our own drivers and stop using contracted services in the future. There was an approximate $1.1 million mid-year appropriation increase to the transportation fund that included additional funds for both vehicles and contracted services. We had made a previous year order of vehicles, and those vehicles all came in this year, so that required that additional transfer as well. And we also experienced a higher than anticipated beginning fund balance in transportation that was used to cover some of these costs. So a comparison of outsourcing versus insourcing. We wanted to take a look at what does this look like if we compare moving this internally to what we're paying to a contracted service. Does it even make sense financially to do that? And how much could we benefit from doing so? So the numbers that you have on this slide, there's some assumptions baked into that. And I want to just go over some of those assumptions for clarity. The first is we depreciated the life of about a $40,000 vehicle, a passenger vehicle in this case, over 7 years, and included that in the annual cost. The hourly wage range that we used for insourcing it for our costs was $21 for a non-CDL position and $23.10 for a CDL position. So that's why you see the range of dollars for insourcing. And then increased fuel costs with increased mileage. And then the other assumption is that we were transporting the student using both of these methods every day of the year. So this was if we outsourced a student riding every day, and then if we provided the service for a student every day. And what did that look like? And really what this showed was we're confident we can make it work. And certainly the more efficiency we can build into how we're providing the service, the more it makes sense just through a financial lens. And there's other benefits that Terry will talk about in a moment that we feel we could provide or that we could provide by providing the service in-house. So Terry, I'm going to turn it over to you for the next slide, the next two, and then we'll start wrapping it up and take any questions that you have.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay, as you progress on these situations, like I told you guys when I showed up in July, that kind of heard about this service, kind of went, found out why we were doing it, figured out real quick, looking at the resources, looking at what we need a plan here of action to deal with this. So basically, we feel that the first bullet there, we first got to focus on reducing dependency with doing it our team. Because Terry's concept is our driver, our vehicle. I feel like that makes me feel better at the end of the day that, that's what we need to do. So second bullet, just thank y'all, number one, for the 14 passenger vehicles. These are non-CDL, as we discussed. And then we looking at, with budget-wise, 15 new passenger vehicles, are exploring the possibility of electric vehicles, leaning a little bit toward the hybrid, honestly, just because we don't have the infrastructure set up yet for the electricity. And so, but I think that's a good step. In the third bullet there, this is one that really, when we talk about these displaced children, sometimes you have to stop and go, is that really the best for them? Just being straight up, is that 50-mile trip going to that other school, or would the campus that's near them service their needs? So, which would reduce, in our minds, reduce our situation tremendously. You can imagine what that looks like. So we don't know, as we look, I just want to make sure that those are 100% looked at and knowing that, yes, that's the better place. Maybe you don't know if the scenarios, parents hurt one campus is better than the other kind of scenario. We just want to make sure what's best for the children at the end of the day. And if they go to their local campus, obviously that reduces the amount of the car service drastically. So, and then we look at, the reclassification. Obviously, the more bus drivers we get in the door could continue to help the situation tremendously. Hoping that as we proceed with that, those meetings are going on, and I certainly say thank you to all those committees. So on the next page, this is real important too. So in this process, what we're going to have to do is 100% when we get these vehicles in, get these non-CDL people hired, we're going to have the process where the expectation, obviously from y'all's perspective and mine, would be shifts in this direction. So meaning car service comes down with the use of our own vehicles comes up. But at the end of the day, just like I said a while ago, Terry's leadership is that, having our own vehicle, our own driver just makes it, I think, 100% better at the end of the day. So I know that was very short and quick, but do you guys have any questions?
Maybe before we get to questions, I do want to close with the board that the plan right now is to introduce, about 25, more flexible vehicles into our fleet. That doesn't completely eliminate the need right now for outsourced services. That's our goal, and that's what we want to build towards, but it's going to take a little bit of time. And so I just want to be realistic with the board that we share the desire that we heard earlier this evening to move this to a service that we can provide. It will take us time, and I'm hopeful that next year we fill those 25 vehicles, and then it's Terry and I's challenge to say, what next? How can we be responsive? How can we expand this? How can we grow this quickly and flexibly once we know that we have a model that's working? So let's close with that, and certainly would love to hear your thoughts, questions, or comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions? Director Reed?
Can you tell me a little bit about how we are advertising to fill those unfilled positions? We're making sure that we are advertising full-time positions and salaries that are correct and competitive. And because I sometimes hear that maybe we're not advertising in a way that's going to get us all of our candidates. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, a great question. I remember getting here, and we had a process where it was through the Jeffco website, which was a little bit, honestly, convoluted for the applicants that we were getting in the door. We have now gone to a straight Indeed process. It has constituted to date about 60 applicants, honestly. But, obviously, once they get in the door, there's a whole other process to getting them behind the wheel. So that's a little bit of our struggle, getting them in. So straight Indeed, to answer your question, Indeed.
We're advertising them as full-time positions and with clear salaries. And
basically what we've done is we tried it 3 different ways. To answer your question again, is it's easy to put the range in. Unfortunately, many of them see the right side of the range way more than they see the left side of the range. Now it's just basically bus driver, Jeffco ISD. Get them coming to us so we can explain and not advertise as much.
I did look at the Indeed posting earlier today, and the bus driver posting on Indeed did have the range posted. I'm not sure once you went into the ad around the hours full time But it did have the range that I know is certainly a desire.
Thanks for being here. I really appreciate the conversation that we had last month, and the approaches that you're taking to make sure that our drivers, when they apply and do get hired, are able to start to get payment and hours as they're working towards their CDL. Am I understanding that correct? That's why we've got these non-CDL vehicles.
Correct.
Is that correct? So that we can make sure that they're getting some hours and some pay as they're continuing to work on their CDL, instead of having to wait through the entire CDL process before they can start driving. Is that accurate?
That's great.
Yes. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think it's going to make a big difference for buy-in from people who are new to the system, and their willingness to stick around. That's my hope. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I know this is difficult. Just two kind of clarifications. I know the board signed or the board approved a contract earlier in this year. And remind me why that contract didn't get us through the full year.
That's a good question. And that contract was approved prior to Terry and I coming on board. It sounds like there's a little bit of past practice around bringing this twice over the course of a year, possibly based on usage and making an adjustment. And so this is the result of that. But moving forward, I believe I mentioned it in the cover memo. Like I said, we are going to phase this out over time, but we are still going to need to come to the board and ask for funds to support this. And we'll plan on doing that one time annually at the beginning of the year. But yeah, that was something in place prior that.
So how long will what is before us tonight, will that cover? Will that cover us through the rest of this year?
Yeah, the goal is that we're asking the board for an increase that in totality is 3.9 for this year, but we're expecting about 3.77 something. So there's a little bit of wiggle room in there, so we don't have to come back to the board. Terry is making a personal goal of his to come in well under that. We'll see if he can deliver on that. But that would be the goal, is that we get through this year with this extension request.
If the board decides not to approve it tonight, are we able to meet our obligation under the law?
No. I want to share a story with the board. I had the pleasure of joining President Parker on Tuesday morning at our North Terminal to do another ride along, which just a bucket filler. And I know you mentioned this last time, and Tuesday delivered as well. But we were talking to the terminal director prior to riding the bus. And that day, there were about 10 drivers that were out sick, understandably. But she had to cancel routes, which you could just tell was eating her up. And I imagine there's some days where that happens, and she gets a phone call saying, you need to provide transportation for a student on Monday of next week. And so without this right now, we won't be able to provide service for those students. And there could be big swings, right? Like we're trying to balance providing service for 30-some or 13,000 students, and also the required students. And if we had to shift resources from the regular vehicles, that would come at a cost there. So it's a real predicament, and it would come at a cost either way. But we wouldn't preserving other service. We wouldn't be able to provide that though.
Well, I definitely agree with Terry's vision of our vehicles, our people. I will sit here and say that my son's bus driver is awesome, and we're so thankful. She's amazing, hands down amazing, and she really cares about the kids. So I very much believe in that vision. I would be curious as we go forward to kind of get some sort of Terry, you talked about the switching, right? I'd love to see that on a timeline. And I know we don't know on shortages, we're trying to hire and all that, but it would be helpful for me to see when we think we can get that switch. That would be my one request.
I think that's a great idea too, because with the option of buying the 14s and the cars, where I have a bigger group of students, I'm going to be able to get more of them on there that maybe whatever reason, we call it the State Farm. We need to do a little more bundling here to make this process better. But I mean, really, at the end of the day, every time you do that, it's a huge cost saving to this district. If we put 2 or 3 in a car instead of 1, some of those are very difficult to do, but that's something we're certainly looking at. We have to make that happen to reduce that. 1 student, 1 car. That's very expensive. So
yeah, for sure. Well,
I'm sorry.
No, please.
And I think our goal is to learn once we implement this, and your request is extremely valid and something that we would want to provide. It might just take us a little bit of learning to get there, and I would be excited to learn and bring back a plan that gets just to what you're asking for. But I think it'll take us a little bit of implementation time to be able to bring something like that.
Totally.
Which we would love to do.
I appreciate it. Thank you both.
Thank you for the presentation, and I have a few questions. Did I understand correctly, since there are 2 times you come to the board for approval of a contract, that this is not above the budget? This is not $2.1 million above the budget we have. It's just going to be less than that above the budget.
That's right. The budget as it stands right now, we're planning on about $3.9 million. So the 1.75 that was previously approved in May or June was 40-some% of that amount.
Okay.
And this is for the additional to get us through the year.
Okay. And then you did talk about the vehicles that you were hoping to get, the 14 passenger vehicles and the single passenger. How much of the situation we find ourselves in right now is due to lack of vehicles to handle it, and how much is lack of staff?
Yeah, it's both. So right now we don't have a lot of flexibility in vehicle type. We do have some SUVs, not many, and so we really are limited to full-size buses. Which we do have. We have full-size buses, but getting a CDL driver ready to go, certainly an inefficient model, but one that we're not even getting to. And Terry mentioned trying to hire new drivers. When we are bringing drivers in, we're still dealing with attrition in the department with drivers that are leaving, and we're so close to the edge of the service that we're providing. When we are bringing a new driver in, we're usually putting them in, as some type of sub. We're not putting them on a full-time route, because then as soon as somebody's unavailable, we're canceling again. So, if we can push through that and get past, kind of get to a critical mass, I think we can really start looking at, bringing service back, and then also adding the service too. So it's a little bit of both in the current environment.
And that reminds me too about the CDLs. I remember speaking to one of the transportation managers, the first trip we went on, who said they had hired 30 drivers, but there were only 5 left at the end of the training. And I have talked to other people in the private industry where if you go and sign up and are employed by the private company, you have to stay a certain amount of time, or you have to pay back the cost of the training. We don't do that, correct?
Yes, we do. That is something we're evaluating right now. Unfortunately for us, it's $500. And if you do that, when they get their first check, you're probably not going to get paid back near that amount. We'd like to see that raised up. By the time you pay training, their hourly rate, you're spot on what you're saying. It causes us a huge headache. So the other thing I want everybody to remember too, as we progress with this non-CDL concept, getting these vehicles on board, we're never going to stop pushing them to go ahead and get the CDL at the same time. So that being said, what we looked at is going, hey, if we're losing that many to whatever reason, a lot of it has to do with the CDL side. It has nothing to do with the CDL process. Is sometimes very difficult in some people's mind. So if that happened, now we got a backup to go, okay, you couldn't make the CDL. Can we look at the non-CDL process? So that was our thinking on the process.
Okay, great. Yep, Director Kenworthy.
Terry, you've been doing this for a while. Not here, but like in other places, right? Yeah? Is that fair? You've been doing this transportation work
Yes, ma'am.
for a while, yes,
Yeah,
okay?
my 4th district.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Is it fair to say that the position that we're in right now with the shortage of staff that we have, that it will take more than a year for us to get to a point where we're phasing out contractors? More than 2 years, more than 3 years? What's your feeling on that?
You say it again. Just make sure I heard it all.
When we were talking about the shortage of bus drivers that we have right now, the situation we're in today, and we're trying to hire and give people a chance to work as they get their CDL so that we can build up our staffing, right? We are still going to need to get kids to school tomorrow, and we don't have the staff that we need, right? So we're using contractors to get people to school. To phase out the use of contractors and get to a point where we're closer to 80, 90% of it being Terry's drivers, Terry's vehicles. How long is that going to take? I'm assuming it will take more than a year at minimum, and probably 2 to 3 years would be my guess, but I want to hear what your thoughts are on timeline for phasing out.
One problem, honestly, with the production side of school buses, especially the minis, you're looking at 1 year to get a yellow bus here to our facility. So that's a struggle. The car process seems to be much quicker, honestly. So I hate to give you a timeline. I think that last bullet we had where we continue to look at that first year and go with that process, we brought that 3.75 down to here, and this came up to here with what we spent. So I think I think with the first year evaluation of getting the non-CDLs in place, we'd have a whole better idea of how long that's going to take. I hate to tell you that. I'd like to see the progression of it first.
Yeah, I just want to point out, it's not a quick switch. It's not like a quick tomorrow, we can just shut it down and completely switch, because we don't have the staff. That's kind of what I'm getting at. And it is a process that's going to take time.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think the other, I'm sorry. One of the other complicating factors in this is, we have an allocation every year for fleet replacement. We're using our allocation, our full allocation, not planning on a round of buying full-size buses because our services are down, and shifting those to the vehicle diversification plan that we've talked about. But we can't do that for too long, or we start to run into deferred maintenance issues that we're unable to solve. So part of the puzzle with all of this too, and it kind of gets to the question, how long will this take, is while we're learning, developing a fleet rotation plan that understands, maybe what a new normal level of service looks like through the lens of our full-size fleet and this new fleet, while still trying to operate within the allocation that we currently have to.
I just wanted to clarify something I said earlier, because I'm getting tired and I'm not thinking straight. I didn't mean full-time. I meant, are we advertising as permanent positions or temporary positions?
Permanent.
What was the question?
Thank you. And I wanted to acknowledge our friends in the room who gave us lots of public comment earlier about this. And I do hope that there's some, I'm hopeful that there is a feeling of trust that our staff here and that us on the board are hoping for the same thing. I think what we heard from you is what we heard from you tonight. You and the back of the room heard from our staff as well, using kind of different words and different tone and way of saying it. And I think I mean, one of the things that I heard you say is the pricing goes up with these outsourcing, and it's, market demand. The more that we buy it, the more they'll charge us. So it just is going to perpetuate that. So having a strategy and you use the term stopgap, which I thought was really helpful to say, okay, we have to do this. We have an obligation to these kids who you've described as some of our most vulnerable kids. And so, the idea of not approving these contracts is just absolutely out of the question, because we can't not provide those services for these kids. And what I heard was that there's a lot of thinking like, well, how are we using our money, and when are we going to use money to help make these positions stronger and pay more for these positions so that we can incentivize people to come in and apply for them, and we can be more competitive than Kroger, or whatever. And so hopefully in that long-term plan includes not just the phasing out of the outsourcing, more insourcing, but thinking about how we invest in our employees also. So my hope is that part of our, and I think we all agree on this, I just wanted to acknowledge that I think that it's going to take these steps, and that we have obligations to fulfill for these kids, and we have, lots of good intentions and efforts on this board and with this district to help support our employees who do this work for us.
Okay, thank you so much. It's really helpful to hear all this detail as we have to vote on the next item, so thank you. So, is there a motion for the Board of Education to authorize the Director of Purchasing to execute an increase to the agreements with Ever-Driven ALC Schools, Noah Care, and Hop Skip Drive Incorporated for the supplementary student transportation at an estimated combined increase of $2,150,000?
I move to authorize the Director of Purchasing to execute an increase to the agreements with Ever-Driven ALC Schools, Noah Care, and Hop Skip Drive Inc. for the supplementary student transportation at an estimated combined increase of $2,150,000 as presented in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? It has been moved and seconded that the Board of Education will authorize the Director of Purchasing to execute an increase in the agreements with Ever-Driven ALC Schools, Noah Care, and Hop Skip Drive Incorporated for the supplementary student transportation at an estimated combined increase of $2,150,000 as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Sabata.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay, and that brings us to item 8.02, legislative discussion. We have allotted 15 minutes for this. As a reminder to the listening public, the board voted earlier tonight to amend its agenda in order to publicly discuss its position on proposed legislation introduced at the February 7th study session. Is Mr. Bowditch here? Working on it. Okay. We're hoping to hear from Ed Bowditch, partner with, there he is. Oh, Mr. Bowditch, thank you so much for coming so late, and especially it was late notice that we were going to change our agenda. So thank you for being here. And Mr. Bowditch is joining us virtually to engage in the discussion prior to calling for a motion to determine if there is a board majority to formally endorse legislation. And the following bills have been prioritized for consideration. I'll read them here now. We'll take them one at a time. First is HB 24-1044, para retirees. Second is HB 24-1096, school psychologist interstate compact. Third is SB 24-001, continue iMatter program. Fourth is HB 24-1164, menstrual products in schools. And lastly, HB 24-1087, professional endorsements for special ed. So let's do some comments first on the HB 241044 para retirees. I know Director Reed, this is one thing that you had expressed an interest in. Can you give us a little bit of your thinking?
I just think that we have a number of positions that can be hard to fill, and we have people who have expertise, but because they've retired, they're not available to us. But I think if we can, when we really need to, not easily, but when we really need to, if we can draw on this resource, we should do so.
And Mr. Bowditch, can you tell us, you had indicated that there is support from other organizations on this bill. Can you give us a little idea of that support?
Yes, good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting me participate tonight. At this point, there is no one listed in opposition. Those groups that are listed in support include CASE, the Colorado Rural Schools Alliance, Denver Public Schools, Pikes Peak District Alliance, that's a collection of districts down there, Douglas County School District, and the CEA.
Okay, thank you. And Superintendent Dorland, do you have any thoughts on this bill?
I do not. I understand why nobody is opposing. And so if there's any specific question the board would like to ask me to jump in for your comfort level, I'm happy to, but I don't have anything.
Just to make sure that you didn't oppose it for any reason.
Don't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you. I think, do we want to do them one at a time? I think it might go faster, actually, if we try to do them one at a time than combine. So is there a motion for the Board of Education to formally endorse HB 241044?
I move to formally endorse HB 241044 and authorize Ed Bowditch, Bowditch and Castle Public Affairs to act on the behalf of the board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Zavada, roll call?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay, that has been approved. The next one was HB 241096, School Psychologist Interstate Compact. Again, anyone have a comment on this?
I just have a quick question for Mr. Bowditch. Just confirming, this is similar to the way that professional engineers and people in the legal profession can extend a license into another state by going through the state's process. I forget what that's called, but is that kind of what we're talking about here?
Yes, I believe so. It is similar to those other professions that have some basis of reciprocity.
That's it.
This would establish the compact. So it might take a few years until 7 states adopt this language, but at least it's a start. Right now, for House Bill 1096, CASE, the Poudre School District, Douglas County School District, and the CEA all support, and no one is opposed to 1096.
So to be clear, this could become law, but this would not take effect until 6 other states adopted similar legislation.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on this one? Do we have a motion?
I move to formally endorse HB 241096, School Psychologist Interstate Compact, and authorize Ed Bowditch, Bowditch and Castle Public Affairs to act on the behalf of the board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? It's been moved and seconded. Roll call, Ms. Zavada, please.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay. That one passes. And next we have SB 24001, the continuation of the I Matter program. I'll just give you my comments on this one right now. I think it's been very successful, and I'm excited to see its extension. And I'm not sure, how long is this extended for, Mr. Bowditch?
Senate Bill 1 would make this, the bill would make this permanent, I believe.
Well, okay. Is there any other comment on it? Yep.
I just want to say my family has personally benefited from the iMatter program, and I heartily endorse this. I'm thrilled for all of our families to have access to increased care, especially with minimal cost and no cost. It's incredibly helpful.
Great. And Mr. Bowditch, yes, go ahead, Dr. Bowditch.
I had a question. I know with the iMatter program, it's a person using it has a limited number of times. Does this extend any? It just extends the length of the program, but not increases any length of number of visits someone could have. I do wish it had that. If there is a need and an ability. I know we're not making changes to the bill.
Mr. Bowditch, is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. It just extends the program. It does not extend the number of free visits.
Okay. And what kind of support does this bill have?
Senate Bill 1 has the support of CASE, the Poudre School District, and the Rural School District Association, and the CEA.
And no opposition?
The one group listed in opposition are the Christian home educators.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions? Do I have a motion?
I would ask.
Sorry.
One quick question, Mr. Bowditch. I know the language is probably firm, but can we make a note that to the extent there is the opportunity to advocate for an increased number of times, that you have that ability to do so?
Sure, I can take that as the sense of the board, and I can talk to the bill sponsor, Senator Michelson Janae, about that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Is there a motion?
I move to formally endorse SB 24001, continue iMatter program, and authorize Ed Bowditch, Bowditch and Castle Public Affairs to act on behalf of the board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further comment? Roll call, please, Ms. Sabata.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Great. Okay, moving right along. HB 241164, menstrual products in schools. I just want to point out that I don't remember her name, but there was that wonderful young woman who came to public comment many times and was advocating for this. And I personally think it is way past time that these products are available in the girls' bathrooms in schools. So is there any other comments or questions? Yes, Dr. Reed.
Oh, I hate to say this. I don't like unfunded mandates. And I think there's something to be said for making the statement that schools are done with unfunded mandates. We do this, I mean, and we've gotten grants and we've gotten help, and that's fine. But I think if the state's going to require it, the state needs to cough up some money.
And I think we could ask Mr. Bowditch to give that feedback too. That's what we would like. Any other comments?
I just want to
right now. Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Bowditch. I just want to jump in and say, well, I think advocating for funding makes sense for something that is going to be legislated. I also believe that the board needs to think critically about what aspect of funding it's going to advocate for, right? So if we're just constantly advocating for funding for everything that we think is coming our way, and we're just asking for more money for this and more money for this and more money for this, it can become counterintuitive to advocating for funds that we can use flexibly in the interest of what the local board feels is necessary for Jeffco. So Ed, can you jump in and sort of give a little bit more context to the point I'm trying to make here?
Sure, and thank you, Madam Superintendent. So yes, this is an unfunded mandate. At this point, just for context, I'm guessing why the Colorado Association of School Executives is opposed. It's not a huge amount of money. I haven't seen a fiscal analysis about what the cost would be, but frankly, this isn't going to cost a lot of money. But I understand what the superintendent is saying, and what one of the board members said a minute ago, that any unfunded mandate we typically either oppose or at least stay neutral on. That's why there is some reluctance on it. And when we go and ask for money for the legislature, we generally don't want money that is restricted in how it can be used. Right now, this bill does have a $400,000 general fund appropriation. So really, you're voting on a bill that does have the money in it. I wouldn't be surprised if the money gets removed from the bill, and this bill has a chance of passing without the money in it.
And Mr. Bowditch, I did see an email from you that said there's no, I forget what the word was, if we don't, like the bill's passed, even if we don't support it and it gets passed and it's not funded, there's no penalty for not providing the products?
There's no penalty for not providing the products. I think Jeffco already does this. I think a lot of the larger school districts do, but it really is a statement by the district if you want to support this. Now, if you support it now and it has the money in it and the money gets removed, you can rethink your position or not. That's totally up to you. There's nothing wrong with changing a position.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Barter?
I just wanted to acknowledge there's been a woman, Diane Neal, who you mentioned in the email, or was whoever mentioned it in the email, who has been advocating for this in schools for so long. I don't know if she's paying attention to us here at the school board meeting tonight, but I really want to thank her for that work that she's already done to get us this far. And I think that in Jeffco, we've already do it, and dispensers have been installed, which is a very expensive process from what I understand, not just buying them, but installing them. I will say every time I've gone into a bathroom, they're empty. And I notice just because I'm like, oh, the dispenser, they're not there. So we are so far there that I'd like to support this so that we can just keep going and provide that. And I do think there's opportunities for public-private partnerships to help fund these things that people are interested in supporting across lots of, especially thinking about equity and, I can't think of the right term, but basically making sure people who need this have it and it doesn't prevent them from doing things like getting to class,
right?
All the things. So
Yeah, and I will just say that regardless of what the state does with this bill, we're committed to continuing to make these efforts to have period products be available for students in our schools. And I've noticed that some of the, I'm really happy to see the dispensers. I know some of them are full when I see them, some of them are not full. And I do think it has been on our facility maintenance list added duty to fill then the dispensers, right? So I think we're just getting into the practice of making sure we have them and have them available for students. And I just think that's not as consistent as we might want it right now. But I just want the board to know that I feel we're committed to this from a health and, from a health perspective for our students, whether this bill is supported or passed or not.
To clarify, I'm not worried about the cost of this bill. I'm worried about continually agreeing to unfunded mandates in general. So, I realize that it's not a huge amount of money. And as I said, I know that we're covering it through grants and partnerships. For me, it's about sending a message to our legislature that they need to stop insisting that schools do things without helping them with it.
And I appreciate that point of view. I'm speaking as a mother of 4 daughters and 6 granddaughters. And for me, I just think these products need to be in bathrooms. And whether it's funded, not funded, passed or not passed, I'm going to be on record saying we should do it.
To say one thing. So just a little, you mentioned that they should be in girls' bathrooms. And I do think that there are also needs for some of our transgender kids. So I would also advocate that these be available in safe places in the schools for kids who don't
use girls' bathrooms.
Right. I appreciate what you said there. Any other comments, questions? All right, is there a motion?
I move to formally endorse HB 241164, menstrual products in schools, and authorize Ed Bowditch, Bowditch and Castle Public Affairs to act on behalf of the board.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Ms. Zavada, roll call, please.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
No.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay, and that one passes. And the last one here is HB 241087, professional endorsements for special ed. Is there any discussion on this one?
I just have a question for Mr. Bowditch. My read of the bill as it's written is that the state board would establish the criteria and standards under which this would happen and not the individual counties. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I am interested from the superintendent, if you have any view on this one.
So we're supportive of this. We obviously are struggling to staff all of our special education positions. And I've already started a conversation with CDE, and I think others on our team, including Matt and others, have also reached out to the state to say, what can you do to help not only Jeffco, but other districts across the state? So I'm in support of whatever legislation can pass that has CDE thinking strategically about this and putting some things in place in support of districts and the really important educators that we need to have in front of and with our special education students every day. Matt, I would welcome you to add if there's anything you want to say differently or.
I think you were spot on. I mean, this opens more doors to special educators or potential special educators, teachers who are interested in being special education teachers, and we need that flexibility right now. And so this would certainly be another strategy or tool in our belt to recruit people into the field of special education. So highly supportive of this bill.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Bowditch, is there other districts' support for this?
Yes, there's a lot of support for this. Casby, Case, the rural schools, Douglas County, St. Vrain, Pikes Peak, CEA. Some of the higher education institutions are opposed just because they're the primary provider of many of the special ed programs right now. But the bill did pass its first committee unanimously. So I don't think the higher ed opposition has been too strong at this point.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Is there a motion?
Indeed, there is. I move to formally endorse HB 241087, professional endorsements for special ed, and authorize Ed Bowditch, Bowditch and Castle Public Affairs to act on behalf of the board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further comment? Nope. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay, and that motion passes 5-0, and that concludes our legislative action section. And thank you so much, Mr. Bowditch, for being here late at night. And is there any further comment or anything you'd like the board to know at this moment?
No, at this moment with these official board positions, I do register them on the Secretary of State's website. I will do a one-pager summarizing this, send it out to all the Jeffco legislators, and then remind them again as these bills come up for votes that these are official positions and recommendations from the board.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. Have a
Thanks, everybody.
rest of the night. Bye.
Thanks.
Okay, and that leads us to the consent agenda. And items 9.01 through 9.11 are presented in board docs as a proposed consent agenda. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the consent agenda?
I move to approve items 9.01 through 9.11 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any comments? Dr. Varda?
I am sorry. And I just really reviewed these today, so I didn't send in a question. So it's more a question for the future. But the Pomona addition to the contract, it says in there that it's being paid for by the food and nutrition budget. Sorry, Tracy, I'm looking, Superintendent Doyle, I'm looking at you like you'd know. And I remember hearing at one point about this budget and how there was extra funds in it and it would be determined. I'm hoping that maybe we could get an update on that at some point. Like, I read that and I was thinking, oh yeah, what is that budget? How much is in it? What are we spending it? It made me recall that it came up in a moment in time during board stuff. And I just don't know that we know a lot about it. And I trust that it's a good use of funds and I would support this project. But I don't know if, like, are we using the whole fund? You know, is there funds for other schools to do other food service improvements? Those are my questions. And I don't expect an answer right now. I just wanted to elevate it. And also comment that I was pleased to see that it wasn't a draw on one of our other funds, that it seemed like a very appropriate match. So.
And if I, oh, go ahead. Okay. Well, I was just going to add that it actually was presented in the CAC meeting this morning. And one of the cool things about it is that it's actually making the kitchen in Pomona big enough for the middle school and the high school students. And it's actually adding separate access points for the high school and the middle school students. And the drawings were really exciting. So.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Yeah, I knew that we were going to need to expand the kitchen in order to make that space workable as a 612. I also know that it is fairly typical for us to use fund balance, one-time funds out of the nutrition services budget to invest in nutrition services needs. For example, those funds often are part of some of our capital improvements related to nutrition services, like freezers and refrigerators and different appliances, those kinds of things. So that's what's going on here. And I don't have at my fingertips the fund balance, sort of what it is and all that. If I had my budget book or the audit, I could find it for you, but I don't. So what I can say is that if this is on here in a contract, it's been run through our finance team and the funds are there and being used appropriately because they are federal funds. And we pay very close attention to the requirements of how they're invested. Yeah. So thank you for the question.
Okay, roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay, that has passed. And that brings us to the leadership reports. First, Superintendent Dorland, do you have something to report?
Yes. Hello. I hope everyone had a wonderful Valentine's Day. I know, that's what I was just going to say. My Valentine's Day was made extra special by the Cupid Quintet from Lakewood High School, who serenaded me with a beautiful rendition of Frankie Valli's Can't Take My Eyes Off You. It was awesome. And so it was about 6 students from Lakewood High School who were going around yesterday and serenading. And I was fortunate enough to be on their list of folks to serenade. And one of the students was also one of my daughter's very good friends since first grade. So it was really fun to see her and then meet some of her Lakewood High School friends and fellow choir singers. And they were beautiful. It was really fun. We just got to, made my day. And we've had a long meeting tonight, so I will keep my update brief. I want you to know that I'm continuing my community conversations, and since we met in January, I've had the pleasure of meeting with Chatfield, Alameda, and Lakewood communities. These meetings continue to be a great opportunity for me to hear directly from our stakeholders, answer their questions, and hear about what matters most to them. It's also a great way for me to get a sense of what are some of the patterns and trends related to some of our parents' thinking issues, successes across the district, because we hear many of the same things, articulation area to articulation area. So it's just a really great way to assess what's on the minds of our families and our community. Our cabinet team continues with our leadership learning walks. In the last month, we had the opportunity to work with Conifer, Chatfield, Columbine, and Green Mountain articulation areas. I also had a fantastic visit at McLean, which you can read about in my community update that was sent out tonight. And in closing, I want to share that we have started principal hiring for the 2024-2025 school year. Not only is it one of my favorite things to do, hire principals, but I truly believe that hiring school leaders is one of the most important things that I do as Jeffco superintendent, and I take it very seriously. I want to acknowledge for our listening public, I want to make a plug that we are kicking off hiring season here in Jeffco, and I encourage passionate and talented school leaders to continue opportunities in our district. We're an amazing place to work. And for all the educators out there hoping to come to Jeffco, open positions will be posted starting in early March. So we have our hiring fair for teachers impacted by the phase 2 of Roths tomorrow during the day. Very excited to support those teachers at exploring where they can find their new home. And then we will be opening all positions in early March. And we're going to hit the ground running on our hiring season this year. So,
Thank you for that. Any other directors like to, Dr. Varda?
Okay. I'm going to try to go quick. I think a lot of us were at JeffCon in the last few weeks, which was really fun and amazing to see what the keynote was on AI. And I yesterday I sat through another presentation and I was like, gosh, that JeffCon one was so much better. So I just want to say it was good. Let's see, what else? I was able to do a tour with the mayor of Arvada through Pomona to really share what's happening there, and there's some needs they might have from the city. So it's just really nice to be able to kind of do something jointly with a city official and share the kind of exciting stuff happening at Pomona. I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm looking at my wrong notes. And let's see, we've done a board retreat, and otherwise, I've just been participating in most of our committees. I feel like I've been in a few board meetings a week right now, and not so much in schools. But I just wanted to say Valentine's Day is my favorite day and of the whole year, and it was really fun. And I only have one kid in elementary school anymore doing a Valentine's box, but if you're not friends with me on Facebook, you won't have seen, but we made a night bus Valentine's box, and it's super cool. And it just turned out really good, and it just was so much fun to like get to school and see all the Valentine's boxes. And I just love how our kids get so excited about these things. So that's all I wanted to share, and passing it on.
Thanks. Anyone else?
I have a few things. So I want to, first of all, say this appreciation for all community members who came through tonight with their advocacy, public comment, and also to the staff for staying here on a super late night. I just want to note that the Lakewood City Council meeting on Monday went until 1:30 a.m. So you're welcome. It's only 10 o'clock at night. Ta-da! So the other things that I want to mention is I've done more school visits, which have been fantastic. Carmody Middle School, Bear Creek High School, Lumberg, and Edgewater Elementary today, which was fantastic. I'm enjoying conversation with municipal leaders, especially in my particular district area, regarding community hopes and concerns about how our closed schools are going to be utilized. And I've appreciated clarity from municipal leaders in those conversations. I've also been initiating conversations with community and district staff. I've loved meeting with the cabinet members and getting to know them better. sharing concerns, talking about ongoing projects, and also recognizing and lifting up celebrations that are happening in the district. I'm excited to attend the next DAC meeting. We fixed the distribution list issue, and I now am getting the information that I need, so hooray! I will be there. And is there anything else? Oh, I also attended, I just want to say gratitude to the JCAA for the invite to their day-long conference. Earlier this month, I got to hear Gary Brooks was the keynote speaker. Absolutely fantastic speaker. He's also hilarious, just off the cuff, and has great content out there on social media. But his comments regarding school culture, I thought were really well received by the people who were in the room. And I was also really grateful to sit in some sessions and get to talk with some principals who are outside of my district and be able to make some connections and relationships that way. Huge thanks to the principal from Evergreen Middle School for letting me sit at a table during lunch with him, because I felt like the new kid with nobody to sit with. And I just wanted to lift up that kindness I know is getting modeled within their school as well. So huge thanks to everybody that I've had the opportunity to spend time with. I'm, again, still really enjoying this work and glad that I'm here. And thanks to all my fellow board members. I'm done.
I'm going to give you the Reader's Digest version. Did school visits. Loved them, as usual, always great. Jeff Kahn I only got to sit through the speaker because I had school visits, but really, I thought very interesting, and I found several occasions to tell people what I learned. So that was exciting. Sitting in on the Jeffco Alliance was very educational, and it was really interesting to hear the community members and what their feelings were and what they saw as being important. I went to the session specifically on compensation, so that was really great, and went to the honor band and orchestra concert, and always enjoy our students' musical performances. So yeah, lots of great things going on in the district, and it's always fun to get to be part of it.
All right, me next. Also really excited to get my school visits going. I was able to attend Everett and Wheat Ridge back to back, which was just really awesome to see the work that they're doing in those schools and in that articulation area. I also got to attend the walkthrough at Welchester with Governor Polis, and we brought him into a room full of first graders, and they got to ask him questions. And their questions were, what's your favorite food? What's your favorite color? And is it hard to be the governor? And he was really kind and answered all of them. And then he asked them what their secret sauce was. And they said it was their teachers and their tools. Mm-hmm. And it was really heartwarming to see that interaction. And I mean, fifth graders were fist bumping the governor. It was just a really neat opportunity. And I think the staff really felt important by it. So I was really proud to be a part of that. I also want to lift up that Norma Anderson Preschool Early Learning Center had been raising toiletry items for the Stevenson Elementary Hub. It was the first time they had really done a drive, a hygiene drive is what they called it, to recognize the Be Kind and the district's mission. And it was really cool to see a bunch of 3- and 4-year-olds getting into that. And so I just really am impressed, from the earliest learners to our most senior learners, how everyone can connect with the Be Kind mission. I thought that was really impressive. And then we had a CAC meeting this morning, and it was really great. Mr. Gatlin asked at the end, we brought up the bylaws discussion with the committee, and they said, well, what does the board want from us? And they all looked at me. And I said, well, I'll take that back to the board. And so it was interesting because that committee had really ramped up around the 2018 capital investment and making sure that we had community involvement in that spend. And so they are looking for some direction as to what we would like the role for them to play. So for another time, maybe Mr. Gatlin can, yes, he's nodding, is interesting discussion. And Ms. Copeland was there also. So, and then we had a great retreat, and I personally just feel like as I'm starting to meet the cabinet and get to know folks, I'm hitting a stride, and I'm happy to be here with all of you. So, and lift up our teachers who survived conferences and Valentine's Day And now we're going into a long weekend. So
Thank you. Well, I will wrap it up here too. I was fortunate to go to a lot of school visits as well. And I attended the SAC at the Columbine Articulation Area and Dakota Ridge. And I also attended the Chatfield Superintendent's meeting. I also went to Jeffcon, which was amazing. And then I went from Jeffcon up to Conifer High School. And Conifer High School had a day of peace. And they've been doing that for a couple of years now. This one, I think, was very well attended. They were wondering how many kids would consider it no school day or how many would show up. And they got a good participation there. They had 3 workshops. One of them was making kind boxes for homeless people. That was really inspiring. Most of the articles were already there. We just had to decorate them. I also went to one that was a religious panel that had a Muslim, a Jew, a Christian, and a Buddhist. Fascinating. The kids asked fascinating questions. Really, really good. And I was worried a little bit about it since it was right after, we were in the midst of having the conflict in Israel, but everybody was very respectful and very supportive of each other. And the third workshop was given by Sarah Thompson, who is a swimmer who holds 3 of the top 5 long-distance swimming records. And she finished her presentation telling us about her being the only person to ever swim the English Channel 4 times in one swoop. So not that she went there 4 separate occasions, took her 53 hours. 53 hours of swimming. And she got to stop for 10 minutes between laps. Anyway, the kids were rapt. And her topic was, it was goals, grace, and grit. So what it took to do that. So that was amazing. And then, and I also went to DC for a few days with the National School Board Association. So we went and lobbied our legislators, all of our representatives or congresspeople and senators, and it was great. And it's late now, so I know I'm going to get these numbers wrong, but the main thing we were asking them to do is fund, speaking of unfunded mandates, IDEA, which started in 1975, and they said they were going to fund 40% of it, and I think they're funding 13% now. So we're happy to say that most of our Congress people support it, but we found that the 2 senators were not on board yet, so we had to leave them some very stern orders. They weren't in their offices. They were not there. But especially, Michael Bennett, he should know about that. Anyway, it was fascinating. It was a really good trip, and I appreciated the opportunity to do it. I know. I think they support it, but they just haven't gotten around to. And even Diana DeGette, I think, when I think about it, she was not on the list yet, but I know she would support it too. Okay, so if there are no more comments, that brings us to the end of today's agenda, and we will stand adjourned. Our next meeting is a study session scheduled at 3 p.m. on March 6th at the Ed Center. Good night.